Good morning and welcome to the May 28th, 2024 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. Calling this meeting to order. We will be going into closed session first. Madam Clerk, would you please read off the items?
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, Conference of Real Property Negotiator Marcus Munoz, potential purchase price and terms of payment for APN 042-033-014, negotiating party, Century 21, Sierra Properties, Jesse Rena Gibbs. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one case, significant exposure to litigation.
Any public comments on these items? Any online?
There are no online public comments.
Seeing none, we'll return at 9 o'clock for our regular meeting. Thank you. Stacy, you ready?
Ready.
Morning and welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for May 28th, 2024. If you're able, will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please join me in the pledge to our flag of our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll start off with reporting out on the closed session.
Report out for closed session today, May 28th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, conference with real property negotiator Marcos Munoz, potential purchase price and terms of payment for APN 042-033-041, negotiating party, Century 21, Sierra Properties, Jesse Rena Gibbs, board action, no reportable action taken. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, 1 case, significant exposure to litigation, board action, no reportable action taken.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to staff announcements. Sheriff, come on down.
Right.
There you go. It's budget season, Sheriff. Price is right.
Board members, CEO, county council, a lot of our dogs and cats in the county. I just wanted to kind of give you guys an update of how Memorial Weekend went here in the county. Down in Maloney's, we had 90 boat inspections, 12 citations, 1 property damage accident. Comanche, we had 22 boat inspections, 1 citation. Hogan, 13 trailer sites, 4 car citations, 1 warrant. Somebody decided to come up and play on the water with a warrant. It was nice of him. We had, we had 1 of our units did 35 boat inspections, including stops, 7 citations, 4 tows, no BUIs, no driving under the influence this weekend. So that was good. We did have 1 accident and 1 boat that got sunk. We had multiple medical calls, with one of them being a CPR in progress. Don't know the outcome, but deputies responded to that, heat, stuff like that. So I want to just kind of give the public, everybody, some information. Make sure that you're wearing your life jackets. You have children out there under 12, they should be wearing a life jacket. Obviously, no drugs or alcohol. Pay attention before you make a turn because you don't know who's coming up alongside of you. Watch for submerged objects. We live on lakes here and the waters are high right now, but there's still submerged objects. When you're towing skiers are probably us old school people, but wakeboarders, tubing and stuff, be aware of your surroundings before you turn. Make sure you're not too close to the shoreline. You don't want to swing your people into the shoreline, causes problems. That's pretty much it for the marine stuff. We didn't have any real major incidents. We had a couple of fires, as I'm sure some of you are aware. So please, everybody, be aware of the fire hazard out there. Our grass is tall and there's a lot of it. So be aware of that. I actually stopped a guy coming up Highway 4 the other day, throwing something out the car. Don't know what it was. Hopefully it wasn't a cigarette. But be aware of that. And then to board members, I want to put out that I'm offering up, and I've done this in the past, Gary probably remembers, come and sit for a couple hours in dispatch to see what dispatchers do. Come and sit through the jail, walk through the jail and see how our jailers are doing. And the same thing, you're always welcome to do a ride along with one of our staff. Weekends are obviously very exciting. And if you would like, we can set up our simulator for doing shoot or no shoot scenarios. So if you're interested in doing that, we can do that for you too. But that's all I got. Any questions, comments, concerns?
Supervisor Hubbard?
Yes, Sheriff. We normally do our shout outs at the end, but I just wanted to shout out right now to say thank you for Saturday. Sergeant Glanville and Deputy, I can't remember his name, Denny, came out to do the HOA, and I really appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, folks, have a great day.
Quick question, are you
Yes, sir.
checking, I know everybody's supposed to have a boat license now, or,
Not everybody. It's
These are
still,
just not-
I'm exempt because I'm old.
right,
Gary's older than I, so he's exempt. But yeah, it started in 2020, so every year it grabs more age groups. But that is one thing, that's probably what a lot of the citations are, because people are out there not with a boat license. Boating on waterways, you can get online and do it through Boating on Waterways. It's about a 4-hour course. It's not difficult, but it takes time. But yeah, and the fines, originally when we first started doing that, the fines were, there was no fines. It was like, hey, you need to get this taken care of, but we're so far, I think we're in year 4 or 5 now. I think it's year 5. The fines are pretty steep if you don't have a boating license, and that goes for jet skis, and anything with a motor on it. So yeah, but yes, so get your boat license. Right.
Rick,
Yes, sir.
only by a couple months.
Exactly. You folks have a good day. Thank you.
Lisa?
Good morning, Chair Garamendi, respectful and honorable board members, and everybody else. Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. So I have a couple of events, and I hope to see everybody here. The first event is, June is National Adopt a Pet Month. So we are having a free event, which means there will be no adoption of fees at our animal shelter this coming Saturday, June 1st. And so all adoption fees will be waived, which is very nice. So come and get a couple kitties. We even have a couple rabbits. So we're looking forward to seeing our community out at this event, and we will have goodies too. So please tell your friends, everybody. Our next event that we have scheduled is for Saturday, June 8th. It is another free rabies vaccine and microchip clinic. It's going to be held here at the Government Center. Again, we have our attending veterinarian Julie Clements, DVM, and she will be bringing her crew from UC Davis. So it's kind of nice to see the interns and everybody available at that event. So all cats must be in carriers, dogs must be on a leash, but it's free, which means that if your dog gets lost or your animal gets for whatever reason shocked by, we have 4th of July coming up too. So we get a lot of animals during our 4th of July event. Dogs and cats get scared. And unfortunately, a lot of them end up at our shelter. So now is a good time to get your dogs and your cats microchipped and that free rabies vaccine as well. And that is all I have.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Are there other staff announcements in the room? See none. Are there any online?
There are none online.
All right, well, thank you all very much and get out of the.
Be on a list to touch.
We're going to have public comment here in a minute, sir.
Thank
We will actually be moving on to general public comment now. So.
General public comment, any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30 minutes allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. I think most people should understand the rules, which are you'll have 3 minutes. If you're addressing an item that's later on in the agenda, I will ask you to stop and hold that comment for when we get to that agenda. This is not an exchange between the board and the speakers. So we will begin. There'll be a green light, and at 3 minutes, you'll get a red light, and I'll cut you off. So no further ado. First public comment, sir. Is there a subject you wanted to speak on?
Yeah, could someone hand this to the board members? These papers? I received this about 2 months ago. Something saying that somebody couldn't live on my ranch because they had a fifth wheel and a trailer on my ranch. They're my in-home care workers. The person that was living there was living with her family. She doesn't have a home now because you guys made her leave. She has 3 children, a husband, and they were living there in the fifth wheel and a trailer on my place in West Point. My wife and I are disabled, and I was just told I might have cancer, so I need help, extra help. My mind tells me I can still bring it up, 4 quarts of firewood, but my body tells me I can't do it anymore. And, things like that. I can't dump the trash anymore, things like that. So I need help with the extra stuff, things on my ranch. I need to have this person there to help my wife. My wife has a disease where her body doesn't absorb vitamin D and her bones break real easy. So, I can't take care of her myself that well. Instead of me going into a rest home and costing the county a fortune, and then my wife going into the rest home, if you would allow those people, if you give them look at those papers and you'd give them some kind of, they're trying to save up money. I'm trying to give them a hand up. This person that lives there on my ranch, I've known her since she was 2 years old. She used to play with my daughters. I have 2 daughters that have moved away from the county, and her name's Jasmine Molino, and she's a bus driver for the school district. And she's a good girl, and she's just trying to save enough money up to buy her own place, her own ranch, her own house. And I think in these days, when a lot of people are homeless and a lot of people don't have anywhere to live, we could do that for her, and help her to be able to have a place to live. I want an exemption for 1 year to these rules, so she can live there. We had somebody come up from the valley, buy a house across the street, and that person put a complaint in. First, it was to the fire department. They did everything they could to get these people off my ranch. They said that the fire department, there was problems with fire, violation of fire codes. They laughed and they left because I know the guys at the fire. I used to be a firefighter. Anyway, then they called another department. They called like 8 different departments. They called the animal control and said we had goats and horses on our ranch, and they didn't like it. And so I mean, they're not from here. They bought a house across the street, and they don't want people. They don't want anything that's messing up their view. That's what they told me. Their view of our ranch is across the street. They don't want anybody to screw up the view of their ranch. And what they're doing is they're ended up making somebody homeless. By their one family in my whole neighborhood. I talked to all the other neighbors in my neighborhood. They don't have a problem with it. Problem with these people being there. Nobody has a problem with it except this one person. This one Matt. I forgot what his last name is. Anyway, and Courtney. And I don't have anything against them, but I just feel like I feel like Jasmine should be given please give her some kind of help to be able to stay there. Anyway,
Thank you very much, David. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Russ?
Morning, I'm back. My name is Russ Lenhart. I'm a licensed land surveyor in the state of California. I'm sort of working this thing 3 minutes at a time. So we covered the fact that a licensed civil engineer is not qualified as a surveyor. And we also qualified or spoke about the qualifications of the county surveyor and that position and the jurisdiction that that person has. There's an issue in the state of California right now where there aren't enough surveyors. You may have figured that out. A lot of people think that they know what surveying is, and they're maybe afraid of it because it's mathematics. That's actually not what surveying is about. It's more about the law than it is about math. And that's probably why there's such a misunderstanding. The state of California has had less than 10,000 surveyors ever licensed, and over half of those are gone. So an overestimate is that there are 5,000 surveyors in the state of California. Now compare that to realtors or attorneys, and you kind of see where we're at, especially since the jurisdiction of a surveyor is every representation of private property boundary in the state can only be done by a licensed land surveyor. Only. That means nobody else, no attorney, no code compliance, no officer at any level of government, nothing, not a sheriff, not a judge, nobody. And there's a reason for that. There's a jurisdiction that is judicial in the practice of land surveying. The determination of boundary is a judicial process based on evidence. It's not an opinion. It's not an advocacy. And so the kind of person that can do that is a very rare person. And the education necessary for that isn't something that can be won through a book learning, through a class, through schooling. It's a mentorship process that's passed down generation to generation through a kind of wisdom that is, let's just face it, it's missing from our culture nowadays. And our little county has lost the most precious people in the surveyors that we've lost in the last 10 to 15 years. These are eminently qualified people that, you know, held this county together for many years. And were responsible for the creation of things like Arnold, West Point, Valley Springs. I just want you to remember that. And again, I'm inviting you to have me come and talk to you. I'd like to cover a lot more ground, and there's so much more to cover. So I'll see you next time. Thanks.
There are other public comments in the room. Beth?
Good morning, Mary Beth Hospital, Calaveras County Fair. I just wanted to give you guys all an update on the frog jump. See your smiling faces because I saw every single one of you there. And I just wanted to thank you guys for your support. Our auction brought in $1.2 million this year, which is absolutely amazing, a little bit up from last year. Our unaudited number was about 37,000 in attendance this year for the Calaveras County Fair. So again, we could not do this fair without the support of our community. Our fair is funded solely by donations and all of our volunteers who put in this time. So again, thank you all for being there, jumping frogs, dressing like chickens, buying animals, everything you guys did. We appreciate your support, the support of the sheriff's office and recreating the jail. It was a good time. So thank you all so much.
Other public comments in the room? Very well, seeing none, we will move on to our recognitions and acknowledgements, which is always exciting. Jason?
Item 3, proclamation, clerk of the Board of Supervisors, adopt a proclamation recognizing the 2024 valedictorians from Calaveras High School.
I'd like to pass the gavel to Supervisor Stopper, who will read this into the record.
Thank you, Supervisor Government. Whereas each year an elite group of students meets the academic standard necessary to be declared I wasn't one apparently. Valedictorian from the graduating high school class. And whereas the coursework completed is difficult, the competition for such an honor is competitive. And whereas these students serve as role models for their classmates and underclassmen through exemplifying critical thinking, effective communication, problem solving, and organizational skills. And whereas in addition to achieving a cumulative grade point average of 4.0 or higher, these students have demonstrated many admirable qualities such as integrity, hard work, determination, and a commitment to excellence throughout their 4 years in high school. And whereas these students are honored at their high school graduation ceremony, but because the achievement is so significant, worthy of commendation, the Calaveras Board of Supervisors wishes to recognize them as well. And whereas the Calaveras High School valedictorians for 2024 in order of class rank are Ava Hanks, 4.273, Perrin Horn, 4.256, Riley Gunn, 4.238, Colin Dunn, 4.2, Earl Wood, 4.14, Derek Cloward, 4.063, Madeline McInnes, or 4.044, Lou Ann Denny, 4.023, and Paige Johnston, 4.00. That's awesome. You put it, it says here the hard work and integrity. You know, I definitely didn't. I've been a hard worker all my life, definitely didn't get those grades. And there's a teacher I had in high school when we're all seniors. So it's like you have the opportunity to build your life and do anything you want in the future. And I was a step behind you all, and I'm proud of where I ended up today. So good start. You built your foundation, and I hope you all do very well. Public comment?
Oh, come on, no one?
Second that.
We're gonna bring,
Yes, absolutely. We're gonna do that in a moment. Farah, you look like you're ready to stand up, but no? Yeah.
come on up, Mom.
I'm embarrassed to call in and say today's also his 18th birthday, so.
Awesome.
Stop in the accommodations.
Hi, I'm Cindy Warmerdam. I'm the assistant principal of Calaveras High School. Kind of slid in for our current principal who had a family emergency. But I just wanted to say I don't have the prepared speech. But these students work so hard and they are just the cream of the crop and great role models for our campus, and we're just very proud of them. So.
We all. Yeah, awesome. Anything further,
Yeah.
any supervisors?
I'd like to make a comment. I just want to congratulate these our best products that we're turning out in the world, and really proud of all you and know how hard it is. I was telling Colin earlier, as you guys continue, every year I continue to lose track of all the kids that my kids went to school with. So it's, it's kind of the tail end of that. But I just really want to congratulate you all. And I hope that as you guys launch out into this world, you consider coming back to Calaveras County. These seats are always available, and we need good, smart leaders as much as we can. So congratulations, and remember, never forget where you're from.
Thank you, Chair Garamendi. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Toffenali.
I'll second.
A second by Mr.
Wait a
Hubbard.
minute, we had a Bret Hart second. That's why I didn't feel bad.
No, it's too late. Your purple's going a little red. All those in favor? Aye. I won't even ask for opposed. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors commends these students named as valedictorians for 2024 on their impressive accomplishments, passed and adopted by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, State of California, on this 20th day of May 2024.
If you, all you valedictorians come up here and we can get a picture of you, and I'll hand you your proclamations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
He's a baby. He's my baby. Yeah.
I guess,
No, I can expand out.
Okay, good.
Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Martin, I'm gonna have you scooch a little bit either way. You're right in line with his head. There we go. Right. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 2. And. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, yeah. You guys need to go. 3 minutes to get here. 77 is speed limit, right?
No,
I see the job. You guys. Just a little thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, everybody's going back to class. Back to school. Thank you guys very much. Thank you. All right, move on to item number 4. Stacy?
Item 4, proclamation, Health and Human Services Agency adopt a proclamation recognizing May 2024 as National Foster Care Month.
Martin?
Whereas we recognize that nothing is more precious than the growth and development of our children, and every young person deserves a safe, loving, and stable home. And whereas the family, serving as a child's primary source of identity, self-esteem, and support, is the foundation of our communities. And whereas this year's theme, engaging youth, building supports, strengthening opportunities, shines a light on how we can best support young people and help them successfully transition to adulthood. And whereas all children need a meaningful connection to a caring adult who becomes a supportive and lasting presence in their lives. And whereas foster parents and relatives who provide stability for children and support for their parents are unsung heroes. And whereas foster, kinship, and adoptive families who open their hearts and homes and support children whose families are in crisis play a vital role in helping children and families heal and reconnect, launching young people into successful adulthood. And whereas there are many people in public and private organizations, the courts, and in the community who work to increase public awareness of the needs of the children in and leaving foster care. With that, do we have any comments from the public? Corey, you're not the public.
Oh, sorry. Any for the public?
I'm kidding.
Today I'll be from the public. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Corey Allen, Health and Human Services. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to acknowledge Foster Care Awareness Month. You know, Calaveras may be small, but we do have a very strong network that ensures that our youth that do find their way into foster care find their way back home. And sometimes home is into this community in a way that wraps around the individual as they age and become ready adults in our society. Oftentimes it's family that steps up to become a foster parent. And so whether or not a child enters into a relative's home or a home that just simply opens itself up blindly to care for that youth, it makes all the difference in the world. And thank you so much for this proclamation today.
Hi, I'm Farah. I am typically known with CASA, Court Appointed Special Advocates, and we work directly with children who are in foster care. And I appreciate the recognition of the families who step up to take on this substitute parent role, because it is a very challenging situation. I want to recognize that there is a shortage of foster homes in Calaveras County. It does take a lot of effort, a lot of compassion and determination to stick to this, but there is a shortage. A lot of our kids who are in care are being placed out of county, which then means a lot of the children don't get to stay in the school of origin. They don't necessarily get to meet with their parents regularly, so it is a challenge. So while there is the great number of people who are foster parents, there is a definite shortage and a need to recruit and recognize that this is a shortage. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comment?
There's no online comment.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board.
So moved. Second.
And with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Now, therefore, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 2024 as Foster Care Month in Calaveras County and encourages all county residents to commit to supporting our children in any manner they can. Fostering a child, mentoring young people in need of guidance, or donating time to help families and children in need. Working together, we can help build a brighter future for children and their families.
Great to watch them.
Sure. Their face are working, so that's also what the computer
Perfect. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 2. One more. Perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations on graduation.
Yes.
It's always good to see one make it, right? And with those high, right?
And do you know where he's going? The Naval Academy?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, the grades.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 5.
Item 5, proclamation, adult services, adopt a proclamation declaring May 2024 as Military Appreciation Month in Calaveras County.
Thank you very much. I'll be reading this one. Any veterans in the room, stand up and let's acknowledge you. Everybody who served in more uniform. Thank you very much, and we do appreciate everything that you've done. So today I get to read a proclamation declaring May 2024 as National Military Appreciation Month in Calaveras County. Whereas families tearfully and proudly watch their children and siblings take their oath of enlistment or oath of office, knowing what it means, what it stands for, and what it may require. And whereas Military Appreciation Month encourages Americans to take some time to learn some U.S. military history, volunteer with a local veteran service organization, or thank a veteran. And whereas on federal holidays in Calaveras County, its communities place flags along the primary roadsides and memorials to honor its military service members and veterans. Are there public comments in the room at this time? Come on now. Let's hear from Veteran Services.
Good morning, Chair Garamendi, Honorable Board. I'm Brian Galisi, a Calaveras County Veteran Service Officer. And yesterday we celebrated Memorial Day. And my statement kind of stays within that theme. Within metal gates and among numerous monuments at Arlington National Cemetery lies the tomb of the unknown soldier. There are 3 unknowns interred at the tomb. The first was laid to rest at the tomb was a soldier of World War I. He was interred on November 11th, 1921. The other 2, a Korean War unknown and World War II unknown, were interred on May 30th, 1958. A fourth interment, a Vietnam unknown, who had been interred 40 years ago today, May 28th, 1984, was disinterred in 1998 and was identified as Air Force First Lieutenant Michael Blase. Soldiers were first assigned to guard the tomb of the unknown soldier in 1926 to discourage visitors from climbing or stepping on it. In 1937, the guards became a 24/7 presence, standing watch over the unknown soldier at all times. The post is a prestigious assignment. Each guard takes the Sentinel's creed. My dedication to this sacred duty is total and wholehearted. In the responsibility bestowed on me, never will I falter. And with dignity and perseverance, my standard will remain perfection. Through the years of diligence and praise and the discomfort of the elements, I will walk my tour in humble reverence to the best of my ability. It is he who commands the respect I protect, his bravery that made us so proud, surrounded by well-meaning crowds by day, alone in thoughtful peace at night. This soldier will in honored glory rest under my eternal vigilance. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Are there comments? Comments online?
There are no online comments.
Thank you. I'll ask for, is there a motion?
I will move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenali, is there a second? Second by Supervisor Fallendorf. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Now, therefore be it proclaimed, the County of Calaveras Board of Supervisors proclaims the month of May 2024 as National Military Appreciation Month in the County of Calaveras and encourages its residents to show their gratitude by appropriate display of the American flag during this time. Thank you very much to all our veterans and all those that may join in the future. Well, there's enough soldiers in the room and sailors. Come on forward. I'll do this. All right, so I'll come in here. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right, that concludes our proclamations, recognitions, and acknowledgements. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request the removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any board members who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Supervisor Stopper?
Wait, I just lost it. Get back to it.
Big
Right.
agenda.
28.
Very well, 28.
I think Mr. Talman.
Half an hour.
Item number 12.
Other items from the board? I'd like to pull number 9. There are members of the public that would like to pull an item from the consent agenda. Very well. We are excluding number 9, number 12, number 28. Is there any public comment on the remaining items? Seeing none, is there a motion to accept the remainder of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper,
Second.
second by Supervisor Fallendorf. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. All right, we'll start with number 9.
Item 9, agreement, administrative office. 1, find project exempt from CEQA under guidelines 15301 and 15302. 2, authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with LDA Partners for the Phase 2 design and construction documents for the animal shelter in an amount not to exceed $775,000 with a term ending October 31st, 2024. And 3, authorize the county executive officer to sign amendments to the agreement, if any, so long as they do not affect the amount of the exceed amount.
Thank you. Marcos, I guess you're the one person and I pulled the item, so I'll ask the question. Marcos, on March 26th, the board is, according to our briefing here, the board of supervisors gave direction to explore options to keep this, to see what we could get done for $4 million. Beyond the reduction in the fees from LDA of 23,000, what work was done since we gave that direction to find out what we can build for $4 million?
Right. So Marcos Munoz, Assistant CAO. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. In the very beginning, when we started this process out, we wanted to make sure we weren't overbuilding a shelter. So we did work with UC Davis to identify that capacity based on our numbers. So we took that number and then we started this process, and it became very clear early on that the amount of the shelter was going to exceed that $4 million. So we did look at other options. We began looking at seeing if there was a building available, if we could renovate a building. And then we were unable to locate a building. So then we looked at the option of phasing in order to get that price down so that we can be closer to that $4 million. In the end, we were not able to get all the way down to $4 million. And on the March 26th item, we brought back two options. One was for the full shelter, one was for just the dogs, which was still over that $4 million. At that time, we approached the architect after giving the direction to see if there was anything within that contract that we could pull out in order to get the price down. And so the architect looked at that, and we came back with the full, the architect's full cost of about $20,000 less than what was presented at the March 26th meeting. Still, the amount is still over that $4 million. I believe we're now closer to that $7 million mark for just the dog area.
So since the 26th, did the architect, you said from the beginning, we known there was going to be 7 million, but when we sent it back to 4 million, what did we do to figure out if we could do it at 4 million? I mean, do we go through the analysis all over again and look at site, material, design, everything, and they came back and said there's no other way to do it but 7 million?
Based on the direction that was given on March 26th, we went through the architect's contract to see if there was anything we could remove in there. It did not touch on actually redesigning the building. So
we never really, so we just looked at the contract for the design, not the design for 7 million. We never looked at a $4 million option.
There was, based on the direction, we looked at the design of the architect's contract.
Okay,
Correct. We did not look at the design of the building.
Because I'm reading your briefing here and it says to continue exploring options within the $4 million budget and say anything about the contract with this. I
Right.
mean, I appreciate the 23,000, but we still have the same problem. So it doesn't sound like we did that.
We did that before the March 26th. We did not do that after the March 26th meeting. We just looked at the contract at that point.
Right. So we didn't do what we directed. You know, I'm just with the board, it's hard for me to fathom the fact that we're spending $259,000 per kennel. I mean, we could house these guys in houses if they doubled up. And we can't get down to $148,000 per kennel.
In the options we looked at before, we were unable to get to that number. So.
Okay, so we didn't try to figure out 4 million.
Not since March 26th when we put that forward.
Do we consider, does every animal shelter in all 58 counties follow UC Davis standards, or are there other standards? I mean, UC Davis clearly the diamond policy, diamond direction, but is there a good bronze one?
UC Davis is the leading expert, and their analysis was based off of our numbers on our intake, what we bring in to come up with the capacity numbers. And the capacity numbers were very similar to our current capacity of the shelter. And so that's why the new design doesn't really increase much when it comes to capacity.
So 7 million is where we started. We asked for 4 million. We still got a 7 million back from the design, from the architects.
The contract is for the full build, and phase one, yes, is around 7 million.
Have we, when we did our request for information and we hired this architect, were there other architects that, I mean, we have an architect that's saying you could only do UC Davis and it's only going to cost 7 million. Are there other architects or design firms that might take have we looked at third-party building? Have we looked at different?
We did. We put out yes, we did put out an RFQ. We had several architects that did respond to that RFQ. We scored the RFQs, and LDA was the one who came out on top.
I guess I'm just frustrated because we told our architect from the beginning that we had $4 million, and they said 7. We said come back with 4 million. They said 7 again. We shouldn't expect the same answer over and over again, but I just don't know if we've run this thing all the way to ground. So those are my questions. I just wanted to make sure that I understood correctly, that we actually did not sharpen our pencil on the design, on the actual physical structure from the 26th. Right, 26th.
We did not change the design from March 26th to what was brought back.
Okay. Are there other questions? Martin, your light's on?
I just wanted to, I mean, I agree with Supervisor Garamendi. It seems like $4 million is a lot of money. I mean, you use the analogy, you could buy four $500,000 houses, they probably get a pool with it, and then you'd still have $2 million left over to help make that happen. In any case, I have spent a lot of time with Michael at the animal shelter, and I understand, and I've actually talked to administration, and I understand now the need for the 775 going forward. I also understand the quality is going to make a huge difference with us. I mean, because I was looking at temporary dog facilities, they're modular, so you could buy dog kennels, what have you. But when Michael was explaining the diseases and what have you, they get caught in the crevices and what have you, it makes their work that much harder. So yeah, I understand it now. I understand why, and I feel with the groundswell of people behind us, you guys are all going to have to help raise at least $1 million.
3.
Not a problem.
3. Jack says 3. So, and I just want to point out that it's not just kennels for this 7 million. There are a lot of other infrastructure portions to the building that will be created for that, not just the kennels. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Other comments? Should I stop now?
Yeah, I'll just chime in here. This is for design and construction drawings. And those will come back to this board. We'll have an opportunity to look at those and maybe have some other professional look at those and see what else we can do to maybe trim down the cost. And that $7 million is just an estimate based on their design. So there's no solid here. There's nothing in front of us saying that that's this in front of us and the contract is for 7 million to build it. But we can look at design drawings, construction drawings, and have a professional look at it, see if there's any things we can change and still maintain what's supposed to be there, but to try and lower the cost. Until we get those design contract drawings here, I think we won't actually know specific costs until we have a final. So.
Supervisor Stopper.
There's that on the design, and the design coming in is a recommendation. You know, what Mr. Toppin says, having someone else look at it. Moving forward, like working with other public agencies, you know, when you hire someone, you know, and not that this is the scenario in this case, but there's requirements, you know, and expectation levels for things such as animal shelters. But at the same time, we have an architect or engineer come in, the design's a percentage of the total. You know, we're talking $7 million they're estimating, and we're at $700 some odd $1,000. Usually it's around 10%. Not saying this is the scenario, but many times you sit back and you wonder, are they over designing this so they can get their 10% higher? And requirements and finding those perpetuate that scenario many times in California, much more than other places. There are other standards and ways to build things that aren't necessarily as expensive if you really dig down to it. And not that I don't want to shortchange any animal in a crisis point, but at this point, we want to get that dollar as far to take care of as many animals as possible. And I think that really this time when it comes back, as we haven't done as much with some other projects in the past, we need to dig down into that and figure those things out. Not shortcuts or half A's and work, but you know, pragmatic, real world fixes that can get us farther for the health of the animals.
Other comments?
Could I just clarify, the 775 is for the full design, the full plans of the full facility. $7 million is just for phase 1 because of an approximation. The whole project is around 13 million.
Right. 5 to 10%.
I just keep thinking, if I had an architect and I said, I've got a $4 million budget and they came back with this $13 million project, I would ask, what part of 4 million did they not understand? I'm just concerned that we won't do anything as a result of the cost. I want to do something. And it's just impossible for me to grasp $260,000 for a phase one of this per kennel. I worry, as I said before, and I don't want to beat this to death. We're going to make a plan that's going to sit on a shelf and we're not going to do anything. Until we have one more budget crisis and we end up having to loot this to keep the county solvent or pay our people. Well, anything could happen. But I've made that case many times. So is there any public comment on this item?
Good morning, Chair and honorable members of the board. I just wanted an opportunity to come up and talk with you guys that we're at this point that we have a contract for $700,000+ in front of you, but that wasn't an easy process to get there. There was a lot of research that went into place, and our original conversation with LDA Architects was like the pie in the sky. If you could have everything you wanted in an animal shelter, what would you get? And that facility was close to $15 million. We said, okay, then we started scaling back and scaling back and scaling back. And then we got to about a $13 million building. And then it was like, let's look at new locations, what other locations that we could do, because the grading of the property is costing a lot of money. And then that was when we moved it to where the current shelter was. And then, okay, what can we cut from here? What does this look like? And so it looks very like start to finish to you guys, because you see us where we come to the front asking for the original contract and then we come with the final product. But I guarantee you that there were a lot of conversations, there were a lot of challenges with LDA and working with us. And in order to get a 4 million animal shelter, we got to cut size. And animal services just doesn't have that size to cut. We're essentially building a same size shelter, knowing that all the other items that come with it is going to help with that length of stay, is going to make the adoptability go up and all of those items. So it's such a big picture. And I understand it's a lot of money, and it's our responsibility to be due diligent with taxpayer dollars and the monies that we get coming in. But it wasn't an easy thing for admin to come forward and say, like, hey, we have a $7 million doghouse. But like, I do feel in my heart that we did all of the research that you asked us to do. It just was early on because we wanted to bring something as close to that budget. 4 million is really hard. Our DA is struggling with the same budgetary constraints and issues, and building just is really expensive right now. And we knew going in, an animal shelter is like building a hospital, which that's more expensive than building a normal house or building a normal office building. And so there were a lot of challenges with this project, and we're not done. And we hope to find some value engineered in once we actually get into those construction documents. So I just wanted to share that a little bit, because even though it doesn't seem like we did the work from the 26th, we did do a lot of that pre. So, and I'd be more than happy to share some of those with you if you guys have more direct questions. So thank you.
Folks, you have 3 minutes. I'll cut you off at when the light turns red.
Okay. My name's Ann Dash. I think you know me. And I know it in my comments last time on this subject, I had talked about how when this board makes a decision to do a big project and directs the administrator, the county administration, things get done. And Mr. Stopper, you pointed out, which I fully recognize, that once funds go to a particular thing, it's like a lot of them are restricted and they can't be shared. And I understand that. My point is that when this board makes a decision that something is a priority, it gets done. You have an excellent county administrative staff working with you. They put in a lot of time already on researching grants, on researching length of stay and what those things are going to be compelling. They've spent a lot of time talking with us about what we can do. So I'm confident that something can be done. Is it going to be fast? No. Is it going to be easy? No. But it is something that has to be done, because we have a responsibility to the animals and to the staff of the animal services to have a place that is safe and humane. And it's not just a matter of cost per kennels, because this building is going to include the meet and greet rooms. It's going to include the med rooms and the commercial washers and dryers that all of the animals are going to be sharing. So we can't think think of it just on a per kennel basis. So I'm encouraging you to go ahead with this. We are more than ready and willing to help you with the fundraising. And we've actually already started doing that. So I can only support this, but yes, it's your job to make the hard decisions. And I'm confident that you'll find a way. We will find a way somehow. Thank you.
Hi, Debbie Beaufort. I just came from the shelter. So if I smell bad, it's because I was in with the mama and puppies that these two lovelies brought in, a mama and 7 puppies. That place, I would beg you guys that as soon as this is over, go up there and see what it's like. This project needs to get done, guys. It really does. And because the past board's screwing everything up, quite frankly, because they've tried this before and every time they've goofed up. Every single time. Do you know how many architectural plans you have on shelves that Mr. Garamendi has alluded to? This can't happen again. You've got to help find more money. And I can guarantee you the public will be right behind you and bringing in the funds. We've got everything started, and please, please, please do it this time. And thank you to the staff of Animal Services, and especially thanks to Jamie and Marcos and Teresa, because they have worked diligently. And they, like Jamie said, this is like building a hospital. It's not like building a house. So you have to think of that. And the 4 million includes the commercial,
7.
pardon?
7 million.
Yeah, the 7 million includes all they're not amenities, they're necessary parts of a shelter. So I'm begging you, please do the right thing and at least get this started, because I'm sure that with you guys can come up with more bucks and the public will come up with money. I know Calaveras County can get this done. So thanks.
Good morning, Diane with the same team in the orange shirts. We talked a lot about all of this. I agree wholeheartedly. We need an entire shelter built. One of the most important thing is the health and safety of the staff, the animals, and the community. Okay, there are regulatory compliance requirements to build a shelter. We need to look at the details. We need to be involved with the details. I find it hard to believe that it's $4 million just to build a kennel part, the dog part of the shelter. We can't make that decision until we see the actual start to finish final plans. We haven't seen that from LDA. They have a blanket template to work with. Is that appropriate for here compared to Sacramento? No. But we can work together. You have a lot of experts in the room. We want to help. We're here to help. You know, you guys have taken on the responsibility to put over 20 years in your lap to make a decision. We understand that. You know, you have to go through your process. I don't know entirely what your process is. I know it's deep and it's time consuming, but we need to get it done. We need to get it done. Bottom line. If you haven't visited the shelter, please go out there. It's horrendous. It is absolutely horrendous. The public won't go there to adopt. They'll be scared away as soon as they get out of the parking lot. You know, it's just not right. These animals are living in horrendous, unhealthy, unsatisfactory facility. They're becoming neurotic. when they become neurotic, we're not gonna have any adoptions. We're not gonna have it. The burden has been on the volunteers to try to tame and exercise and behavioral changes, okay? Solely on the volunteers. They've taken that responsibility. They put in a lot of time. They're heroes. Animal services employees are heroes. You guys will be heroes too if you make the decision and do the right thing. We've got to come up with the money. Can we tone it down? I really believe so. I really believe so. Does LADA want that? I don't think. But they have to work with us to come up with a design that's functional and stable and healthy. You know, that all comes on your lap. So, but the community's lap too. We have to make this right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the red
It's
light.
all right. If you guys all want to speak, if you could queue up, it'll move things along.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Arndt. I just wanted to add that $4 million is not enough money to build an adequate, humane, healthy shelter. And we are willing to help fundraising and grants and so on. But the $4 million is a start. So let's get it done. Needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. For the public comment in the room? See none, is there any online?
There's no online public comment.
Very well, I'll bring it back to the board for a comment or a motion.
Comment if you will. You know, this first step, we may take it as a recommendation. We may have more work to make it work right with our budgets, but at the same time, it's part of, this is brought up before, Mr. Toffenelli brought it up, it's putting together a shovel-ready project. And many times when you get to that point, the initial investment, while seeming large of the $700,000 and change, is taking that step for the shovel-ready project. And at that point, you have the groundwork and the template to go to the state and apply for grants. And then they say, oh, well, this is a shovel-ready project. It's a step towards being qualified to have for other money when it comes along, when that money comes along. So I think that yes, we're gonna have to trim down in ways that are still beneficial for the animals, and you know, and stretch that dollar at the same time. Take this first step so that we can actually get more money more easily when it comes to the state and everything. This is the first step.
Other comments?
Sorry, no other comments.
All right, my final comment will be, I'll be voting against this, but that's only because I'm voting for doing something on this. And I continue to be concerned that we're just gonna have a really great plan that's gonna sit on the shelf and for a long time. So somebody want to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Motion by Supervisor Hubbard, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. So it passes 4-1. All right, moving on to item 12.
Item 12, resolution. Air Pollution Control District adopt a resolution to authorize the Calaveras County Air Pollution Control Officer to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Shasta County Air Quality Management District to accept their unexpended funds from the prescribed burn reporting and monitoring support program. 2, authorize the Air Pollution Control Officer to conduct all negotiations and execute and submit the MOU and subject to internal review requirements to execute and submit all documents necessary for the funds redirection. And 3, approve a budget amendment increasing revenue to Special Revenue Fund 5494 by $39,269 in the current fiscal year.
Gary, you had questions?
I do, and I talked with you a little bit earlier, Lisa.
Yes, sir.
I have some concerns that for $39,000, what is required for us to do for it?
Sure, no
And,
problem.
we're talking about prescribed burns be monitored during the grant period and attend training that CAPCOA will be coordinating on the use and deployment of air monitoring equipment.
Yes.
So we need that, public messaging and outreach is part of it. Also using prescribed fire information reporting system for all prescribed burns in their jurisdictions where feasible as part of it. Additional training needs to facilitate and optimize prescribed fire monitoring and smoke management program in their jurisdiction. And just a list of things here that are required for $39,000.
Yes.
And I'm just worried that we're going to eat up the whole $39,000 just trying to come in compliance with what they're requiring. And they're requiring quarterly progress reports that are burn requests, burn permitted acres burn, locations of burn, and latitude and longitude where information exists, types of fuel burn for each location. Their requirements for what we have to inform them of and keep track of in order to not have it come back on us and have to pay out $40,000 to them back because we didn't fulfill what their needs are. I'm just concerned with that amount of money that we're going to be able to do it.
So I can tell you this, I already do this. This is something I walked in this morning and I had 7 smoke management plans that I needed to approve for CARB. So this is something that is already done. The prescribed burns that we do typically, for example, pause. We do a prescribed burn there every year. We go out there, we monitor it, we speak with the fire, we do some air monitoring, we make sure that they're sticking to their smoke management plan, for short SMP. So it's nothing different than what we're doing already. They're just sharing their SAP, the shared Holocaust plan with us, which was excellent for us because this pays for part of the administrative expenditures that we have, including my time, my deputy APCO, Michelle Turner's time. So yes, it's nothing that we don't do already. We're just going to be expending that. We do have an air quality monitoring system. We work with placing several different air monitors throughout Calaveras County. That's all part of that, is making sure that we monitor the health and safety, air quality, what they call AQIs, make sure they're staying within a certain limit for those that are susceptible, such as those that are immune compromised, have COPD, any health issues that have to do with breathing. So it's not anything that we're not doing already, and we have been doing for the entirety of the APCD, which is for our special district. So it's nothing that we're not used to doing. Our reporting is all done through the prescribed burn through CARB. As I said this morning, I walked into 7 SMPs, smoke management plans that I need to review upon getting back to the office. It's nothing that we haven't been doing. We will continue to do. And we do it very efficiently and effectively. And now I have help for my deputy APCO, Michelle, and she's great. And she assists me with all that work as well.
Well,
So we've got this.
It sounds like you have it covered very well.
Yes,
Hopefully it's
definitely.
within the realm of what they're expecting at the levels they're expecting. That's just for that amount of money. It just seems like a lot of work. But if we're already in place and have it in place and we're already at the level reporting at the level they're requiring, it doesn't sound like it's going to be.
It's as simple as running a report. We review them. I speak and get with my deputy continuous basis to see what type of prescribed burns, and they're nominal. Like I said, I have 7 that I have to review upon our return. And they're good for the environment. They help with our agricultural resources. They're something that is necessary. They also help control those elements that are out there that could go into something else. We haven't had that because of those prescribed burns and because they are monitored frequently, and we do attend those. So we've got this.
I don't disagree with that, what you just said, but I was just concerned.
Yeah.
So, okay, you've answered my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Just to follow up, because that's the way I understood it. You're already doing this with, working with either CAL FIRE or local districts when they're doing prescribed burns. And yes, I agree with how actually done right, it's great for the environment and should have never been left off from when they used to bring the cattle down the hill, or the Miwoks would come down the hill and burn it off every year because our foliage would be much further down. But with this type of thing, generally with these grants, is this going to be one that later on Shasta, because Shasta couldn't use the money and they're getting it over to us real quick, are we gonna have to pay them back?
No,
Okay, because sometimes we do a juggle, like, we'll take the money now, we'll give you money back later, so the money's not lost.
this is,
Isn't that case.
it is not that case, and this is something that is being given to us and as a little extra, little benefit, which we appreciate because it will help with some of our administrative
Let's
costs
coach us a
and
little.
oversight.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Any other questions from the board? Very well, just action items or public comment on this item? Any online?
None online.
See none, I'll bring it back for a motion.
I will move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by
Thank you.
Supervisor Toffenali, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carries 5-0. Thank you. So we move on to item 28. Madam Clerk.
Item 28, resolution for human resources, approve a resolution rating the salary of the employee serving as Public Works Deputy Director effective June 1, 2024.
Supervisor Stopper, you had a question?
You know, reading into this, I was going into financing and, you know, just my recollection of going through the agenda before, the wording's a little bit better because it is specific to 2024-25 budget. But at the same time, going through the budget and working up towards June, you know, there's a lot of proposed costs when it's going into the management and supervisory unit in Public Works. And working in public service in different sectors. Often, you know, with something like this, we're looking at a Y rating, which is keeping the salary the same, but working towards less responsibility. So, you know, I've always had an issue when I see that at certain times, and I just need to say that out loud. But the additional cost. Yes, it will be next year. It's not gonna be any additional this year if this is approved. Because the deputy position has never been filled, so that salary savings, so, I mean, we've had that posted for quite some time.
Since 2021
And we've never really, I never heard of anything coming forward on actual movement towards getting a deputy director during that time.
so we have had a lack of individuals or candidates that met the qualifications. And so I've worked closely with Public Works and the CEO's
So
office
there's
on
been
that.
no applications put in that were qualified.
We have had a application, and like I said, I've worked with Public Works and the CEO's office on that. We were moving forward with interviews but now the position is no longer available. And just to address the financial piece, so there will be one pay period within the current fiscal budget, but it will be covered by salary savings. And then going forward, we are expecting savings from having an interim in there, which will also cover the difference.
Right. Depending on how long the interim's there, how many hours on 50%, and whether the position's filled by what said time with the interim and everything else. So maybe savings, you can't promise that.
We're confident.
Right.
But no promises.
Okay, just, you know, just the cost and moving forward with the cost, the extra cost, no loss, and reduction of responsibilities. I can't support something like this moving.
Supervisor Toffenali? I was on.
Sorry.
Other comments from the board? Any comments from the public?
Just real quick.
Rob, you have to come up if you're gonna talk.
Russ Lenhart, licensed land surveyor. You'd want to hear what I have to say when you go and make a budget decision about Public Works.
Very well. Robert?
Well, Robert Packinger, Director of Public Works. I'd like to thank you all for letting me serve for 3 years as your Director of Public Works. I remember 34 years ago when I had my interview with the then Director of Public Works, Ted Pedersen. He asked me what my goal was. My goal was to be Director of Public Works. I thank you for that. I also thank everybody in Public Works. It's a great team. Without them, this job would be impossible. But now I'm winding down. I've been here for 34 years. And it's time to plan for my transition and pass the baton on. I'm not sure that there's going to be any less work. I still remain responsible for everything that I have to do, including the county surveyor position or role that I do, as much as I can do with everything else that is within that department. I do not intend to give up any of the work that I am currently doing, but in this manner, this transition, passing the baton on, I think it will be helpful to provide that continuity that the department needs. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Other public comment? Is there any public comment online?
We have no public comment online.
Very well, I'll bring it back for the board for the discussion or a motion. Or a motion.
Robert, thank you very much for the work that you did, as the director. I really appreciate what you have done. So,
thank
you. Acknowledge you in that respect. I really appreciate it. You did a lot of hard work. It was very difficult. You didn't have a deputy. So a lot of work that the deputy may have been doing fell on your shoulders, along with being a director. So the workload is very hard and very heavy at certain times. So thank you. And with that, I'll make a motion.
Motion by Supervisor Toffenelli, is there a second?
A second.
Second by Supervisor Fallendorf. Supervisor Hubbard, did you have something you want to add?
No.
Very well, I will call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Carries 4-1. Supervisor Stopper. Yeah, concludes our consent agenda. We're going to take 5 minutes and come back.
Yes, about. Yes.
All right, welcome back to the regular agenda. Supervisor Hubbard, do you want to?
Yes, Chair, I'd like, because of my work with the Visitors Bureau, as well as my former work with the Chamber, I'd like to recuse myself from items number 33 and 34. And I'll come back for 35.
We'll come and get you when we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, number 33.
Item 33, informational item, Administrative Office, receive an update from staff on the Calaveras Visitors Bureau's tourism promotion activities.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members of the board. My name is Jamie Andriola, and I'm the County Representative for the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, also known as CVB. As the Calaveras County Government Representative, I receive monthly financials, marketing reports, and board minutes. Today, I'm here to present the CVB's marketing highlights for the 2023-2024 fiscal year, showcasing the CVB's innovative strategies and exciting initiatives aimed at promoting tourism and showcasing the unique offerings of Calaveras County. Situated in the heart of California's Gold Country, Calaveras County boasts breathtaking landscapes, historic charm, and a wealth of outdoor recreational opportunities, offering something for every traveler, from wine tasting to outdoor activities. I would like to highlight the growth in the visitor spending. Visit California and Dean Runyon released their figures for 2023. Calaveras County's visitors brought in $269 million last year. This is up $23 million over 2022. The transient occupancy tax, also known as TOT, is projected to bring the county a revenue of $2.45 million this fiscal year. The CVB aims to surpass the goal of seeing 13,000 face-to-face interactions at the visitor centers in both Angels Camp and Murphy's. The CVB maintains affiliations with key organizations like Gold Country Visitors Association, High Sierra Visitors Council, Visit California, and One West. These affiliations enabled the CVB to network within the tourism industry, providing tips on industry's latest innovations and trends. The CVB participated in the Visit California Outlook Forum, which focused on the development and importance of AI in the travel industry. The forum provided insight on how to be competitive in this arena. Collaboration with Placer AI, a data tracking platform, and a partnership with KCRA Television allowed the CVB to leverage marketing insights to reach a wider audience while continuing to reach repeat visitors. The CVB constantly welcomes travel influencers and writers, facilitating familiarization trips for both international and national journalists. Last month, the CVB hosted a group of 26 travel writers representing countries such as the United Kingdom, Italy, France, Australia, Switzerland, and India. Additionally, the CVB recently hosted writers from the Salt Lake City and Los Angeles areas. These partnerships with travel journalists play a crucial role in raising awareness about Calaveras County as a unique destination. Their promotion extends beyond their immediate followers, reaching new potential visitors and significantly contributing to our marketing efforts. The CVB's marketing endeavors for the 2023-2024 fiscal year underscores the CVB's strategic approach in showcasing Calaveras County as a premier tourist destination. The sustained success in attracting visitors indicates promising prospects for Calaveras County's tourist numbers throughout the remainder of 2024. The CVB supports local events and initiatives to reinvest tax dollars back into the community, fostering tourism and economic growth. The CVB took an active role in attending various county events spanning from Moke Hill Independence Day Parade to the Calaveras Grape Stomp to the Cajun Ragin Festival and beyond. Notably, they ensured coverage of key happenings like the Angels Camp, Murphy's, Copperopolis, and Valley Springs Christmas events, as well as the Calaveras County Fair. Moreover, their commitment extended beyond physical presence. Each event and district received dedicated attention through their social media channels and blogs. The CVB shares weekly blogs on their website focusing on the various districts within Calaveras County, showcasing the county's diverse offerings. The CVB meticulously crafted and individualized blogs for every specific district and area as part of their Discover Calaveras campaign, as such as Discover McCollum Hill and Discover Angels Camp. These blogs meticulously showcase the attractions and events unique to each area, serving as an invitation for visitors to explore the diverse offerings of Calaveras County. The Back to Nature 2024 calendar continues to be a hit, serving as an effective tool to spotlight local events and promotes them with set dates within the county. The CVB generated 28 travel articles in popular publications this past year. In addition to their standard advertising with the Yosemite Journal, NorCal, which covers 13 major California newspapers, Sacktown Magazine, Local Getaways, the California Visitor's Guide, and National Geographic Traveler UK, the CVB advertised with USA Today. The CVB utilizes their social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram, boasting 65,000 and 8,000 followers respectively. Furthermore, their outline platforms, including the CVB website, social media profiles, blogs, all serve as informative hubs. Here, visitors not only discover the beauty of Calaveras, but also receive guidance on safe outdoor exploration and respectful interaction with local residences and businesses. The CVB has designed and distributed over 60,000 Calaveras guides across Northern California and Pismo Beach. The tourism industry, though, is not without its challenges. The CVB has concerns regarding a decreased hospitality employment and retail sales. Although tourism dollars have increased over the fiscal year, hospitality is down 8%. Hospitality employment is down 8%. These issues are not unique to Calaveras County. The CVB is dedicated to finding solutions and is open to feedback to mitigate this impact. The CVB recognizes the importance of balancing tourist influx with the quality of life for residents. The CVB continued their successful partnership with the City of Angels, running the Angels Camp Museum. This partnership allows the CVB to facilitate personalized visitor experiences throughout the county. The CVB is excited to be able to launch new exhibits for their visitors, with one particular highlight being the Michelson exhibit. This exhibit holds special significance as it serves as core inspiration for the children of Calaveras. It illustrates the powerful message that growing up in a rural county is not a barrier to achieving great things. The CVB continues to enjoy their partnership with the Calaveras Wine Grape Alliance and looks forward to a possible collaboration with the Edits Pass Scenic Byway Association. The Film Commission is actively collaborating with PATB and Creators Hub. Additionally, the CVB is proud to be co-sponsoring the upcoming Wild and Scenic Film Festival this fall. Building on the success of the first installment, the CVB is eager to pursue another installation of the Calaveras Tales. In conclusion, the CVB would like to thank the board and administration for their continued support and partnership. I open the floor for any questions, feedback, or further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments from the board, questions? Supervisor Toffenali?
You're not an employee of CVB.
I am not. I am just the county's representative.
There's no employee here that maybe answers some questions.
There's not. I can do my best.
I'm looking at the budget that was presented to us.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking under financial services. And there's a $4,500 fee for accounting fees. Then there's another $7,300 for bookkeeping. So accounting and bookkeeping, why do we have, if we're paying somebody to be an accountant, why do we need to pay somebody to be a bookkeeper? Aren't they both the same function?
That is a very good question, and I will have to have Martin email you that answer because I do not know.
I also have another one under marketing. There's $3,000 for a location manager scout. What is a location manager scout? I don't know what that is. We're paying somebody to go be a scout. Those are the ones that stood out. There's a couple other ones I know I'm gonna have to email, I guess Martin to get answers on, but.
Yeah, he knows. I do attend the monthly CVB meetings. We don't go like super line item into those, so I don't know how to answer your questions, but I know that.
Do you want to break and go to closed session and discuss this, council?
I don't know that we need to go to closed session, but I mean Supervisor Hubbard, if you don't mind taking a quick break, we can chat for a moment.
We're gonna take a
Just-
2-minute break.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I'm not comfortable with this, so.
Yeah, I really apologize for that. I don't want to question.
All right. Supervisor Toffenelli, you had the call or the gavel.
Well, I had those questions and I don't know what transpired out there, so I didn't see Martin here to answer them, so I'll finish, that's all I have.
Jamie, there's no staff to answer those. It's CBP.
No.
Those are good questions.
I have a
First one.
question. Just to clarify, this budget does not reflect the county's contribution. This is also the city's DOT's contribution that builds this budget, correct?
Correct. This is a working document, so it still has to go to the board for approval and all of that stuff and will be based upon what the board actually grants.
Okay.
Yeah. The main purpose of today's was to give, based on that MOU that was put into effect, is to give that marketing highlight. And so the CVB just wanted to try and be transparent with what they're thinking about for their budget. But again, it's a working document and not accepted yet. Yeah.
With the combination of both contributions from each jurisdiction.
Correct. Yeah.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
I mean, I have a few things, but, and I got some positive things to say. They've really stepped up, you know, on a few areas that I've seen, and then collaboratively with the chamber and opening up, like, you know, some of the money that we've been able to go with them, you know, and networking with them. I mean, they always have, but I really feel that, you know, with some of our concerns that have been brought up before, I've seen a step up visually. Not that it wasn't there before, because I don't know, but now I actually see it.
Yeah.
You know, and so I do have to say to the staff's not present today, partially because probably our conversations in the past, that I do appreciate what I have seen. You know, this is proposed.
Mhm.
as you brought up. It'd be interesting to see what it actually is for this year. And all those numbers put in to a spot, and how it actually fills out the budget from last year. I do see, I could go through and be specific on things. I don't need to yet because we're to that point. But another thing, it's like, this consistently TOT has gone up over the years, especially since, right prior to me coming on the board in 2018, I believe there was the vote of the people that, raised the TOT tax and everything. And part of that was to help with the Visitors Bureau. And prior to that, a lot of the same discussions in the past with prior boards, and the concerns about west side, east side, which, I'm seeing addressed more now. I do acknowledge. There's those concerns, but the Visitors Bureau was not financed very well in the past prior to a lot of those TOT monies coming in, and they had to make do, and to a certain degree. And this TOT to a certain degree needs to be there. We aren't guaranteed that $600,000 approximately
Mhm.
4 ways.
Yeah.
This year, you said projected,
Mhm.
2.4 million maybe. Next year it could go down. We could have another. COVID actually did something opposite on that. And we thought we're gonna lose money, but it could be anything, economy, anything else, those could go down. And the TOT is needed to help out the Visitors Bureau to a degree, but I don't think when we first did it, we're thinking of the grand scheme of $600,000 each, right? I think that, we do need to be fair and contribute to the point where they thrive and do the good work that we appreciate and, rise it. But I don't see at this point continuing on maxing out on that necessarily every year. But if we lose revenue one year, we may want to stay level with that, it's, this isn't a for-profit business.
Correct.
There's a lot of money in this budget. Yes, they do bring in a lot from other places. Well, one of my questions is, we talk about Calaveras' visitors guide. And kind of through these hard conversations we've had in the last few years, I was always assumed that's part of what we're paying for. And I do believe I found out that that isn't paid for by us. It's paid for by the people that buy their spots inside the visitors guide. And that's how they put out that publication. Is that correct?
It is. It's actually very common for visitors bureaus to do that. So it is a self sustaining item. Yeah. And then I can't speak to like their prices and stuff, like if the CVB helps offset costs or things like that. But I do know that it's very affordable in its cost. It's not like if you were trying to advertise in a normal magazine and then the CVB pays for all of the distribution. So getting it down to Pismo and things like that and getting it to all the locations, but the book itself is paid for. And then I wanted to address the budgeting part. The CVB does plan on coming back once the budget's closed to give you a recap of last year's budget. And I would think that it would make sense to probably then talk about their adopted budget going forward, because both will probably happen about the same time. So you will get that transparency as well. And Martin
Those numbers come around like September.
Correct. I think Martin's working to try and get those to you earlier. I can't guarantee that. But Martin is also very open to sit down with you guys and go over any questions that you may have. And the CVB in general is really open to feedback, that if there's areas that you feel they're not meeting or they're lacking, having those conversations, they've been pretty open to them. In sitting in their meetings, they're very conscious about trying to represent the entire county and get, in each location. Probably some are still done better than others, but it is a goal of theirs.
Well, and I do acknowledge I've seen more so, and I think that was always the intent, more so recently, in the past. Well, prior, you know, we seen certain people on there that were focused in the area. Because that's where they're focused, and there wasn't the money at the time.
Yeah.
Now we do support more so than we used to. So they definitely have stuck to them. So I want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, another
Same
focus.
time, I have my concerns and like,
Yeah.
what's the balance where I like to hit the sweet spot, right? I kind of felt like kind of started to get there last year. I mean, I don't want short attention, but I going over things, and this is just proposed, you know, maybe trying to fill out some money. But at the same time, I said, look at what's the total here? For TOT, they're asking for the county.
400.
400.
400. Yeah, and that's fair. Ask after last year, and it's kind of level, you know, kind of says to me that, you know, they're kind of finding their sweet spot. That may change in the future. And I appreciate them working.
Thank you. We're going to be very careful about how we're going to discuss this budget, considering some of the things. So it'd really be great when we get to budget discussion, if you or the staff member from the CVB could be here to answer those questions.
Of course.
So I don't think we're going to be negotiating with Supervisor Haverty on these things. I want to make that clear for the public. When we do the budget, I know I asked this last year and I've received it. I think the rest of the boards receive it. The balance sheet for the CVB. There's a tremendous amount of cash they're sitting on, and they did a good job last year in spending down some of their cash. And we took some of that request and we put it towards the Parks and Recreation. I'd like to take that into account too, because the P&L that was sent out for the proposed budget doesn't take into account cash reserves, which are excluding their restricted $100,000. There's almost 300 some odd thousand. Taking out that, there's 270 some odd $1,000 of cash that they're sitting on has not been expended. That's a nice cushion to have, but we all wish we could have that. But those are the issues that we'll bring up during budget when it becomes an action item. Are there other questions from the board? This is an informational item.
I just, we won't bring that up, but I just gotta say that, you know, it's not always gonna be as pretty as it's been in the last several years, and they may need that cash in the future if things start going down recession wise, which is being predicted right now, and we won't be able to give them as much money as we have been in the past several years from our TOT. It may be even half of that, depending on, I've seen that happen. So we need to take that into consideration. I think that's like our reserve here at the county. That's their reserve. If things start crashing, that they'll be able to still function at the level or close to the level they're trying to function at now, which was brought up by Supervisor Stopper, and I agree. They've done a tremendous job over the course of the last year, spanning out and encompassing districts 1 and 5, although we're put here together, and the west end of the county, including District 2, in their promotion with the chamber and the amount of money that was given to the chamber to do that. Just recently, the chamber had on Sunday night their dinner, and it was in the west end of the county. Normally it's up in Ironstone or the other end of the county. It was down here, and so we truly appreciate that, and they're reaching out, and which is what we had asked for, and I think they're trying to do that. I really do. I think they did a decent job over the course of the last year. But that reserve, I think, still needs to be there, because I've seen the dive, and then TOT tax gets cut in half, and you don't get much money, but you're still trying to promote the county at the same time. So I think that reserve needs to be there.
We'll definitely take your questions and make sure that the CVB, either myself or a representative, is here to answer your questions during the budget process.
And I'm not, for the record, I'm not opposed to people or organizations keeping an adequate reserve. I'm opposed to people piggy banking money for long term when there's many other fiscal mouths to feed in this county. as well. Any public comment on this item?
Good morning, Chair Garamendi, Honorable Board, Kathy Galino, your Economic Development Director. I just want to say that as part of the SURF, which is the California Economic Resiliency Fund, now California Jobs First, one of the particular pots of money that we're looking at for our region is for recreation and tourism. It's a significant component to the Central Sierra economy, creating jobs that are sustainable. There's some opportunity there, and I have reached out to the Visitors Bureau regarding becoming active in that role in some of the subcommittees and developing those criteria. So again, economic development, visitors, tourism, recreation, a big part of Calaveras County and the region. Thank you.
Thank you. The public comment in the room? Any public comment? Is there any comment online?
We have no public comment online.
Very well. This is an informational item. I want to thank you all very much. Moving on to item 34.
Item 34, informational item, Administrative Office, receive an update from the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, that's.
You hear me?
Board, Chair, thank you so much. Also really invited to speak today. Oh, perfect. It's on now. Okay. So I would like to, I guess, give an update on how the Chamber of Commerce has been functioning since receiving the TOT, which then allowed them to start my new position as the executive director, and I was also able to hire a new administrator. So we have a full staff of 2 now. I guess beginning that overview. There we go. So we've kind of developed a process on how we've been running the chamber, and I wanted to just kind of go over how that's been working and what we've been doing. So we've been reaching out to members of the community, members and non-members of the chamber alike, business owners, to see how the chamber could provide assistance to them, doing surveys and things like that. And we've been finding for them, utilizing resources and figuring out what we can do for them to help them in whatever problems they may be having, whether that be educational workshops, things like that. So through that, those are kind of what we've been focusing on. The way we've been doing it, just to kind of overview a little bit, we kind of evaluate the issues, we debate them, and then we do something about it. So I figure out what's wrong, then we brainstorm and collaborate and find people who can help, and then we create a workshop or an event or something like that that kind of solves that issue, or just getting them consultations. So what have been some of those solutions that we've been doing to kind of help businesses find the resources that they need? I kind of have some examples that I wanted to show of some of the things that we've done, so that way you can kind of see it in action. So the first thing, workshops. These have been pretty successful, and I'm kind of happy to continue doing these. They've been designed specifically on business needs that they have expressed to us. So this was our first one we ever did. This is our QuickBooks Online workshop. So the way that we did this was we discovered by communicating with other business owners that they were having problems with their bookkeeping. So we surveyed and we talked to them and sent out questionnaires to figure out what could be done about that. We then interpreted all that data, and then we created a specialized workshop that focused it on QuickBooks Online, because QuickBooks, I guess the desktop version is going away. So everybody's going to have to go to QuickBooks Online, and that's a big issue. So we created this workshop that got them all talking together. And also it was able to provide them with personalized one-on-one consultations as well. So through this process, we were able to get 38 individuals who had businesses. We were able to get them help with their QuickBooks Online issues. 9 of them even did personalized one-on-one meetings later with the instructor, so that way they could get a deep dive into their specific issues. And when we sent out surveys after, 100% of them reported being satisfied and, you know, very excited about what they received and the assistance. Another example here is we did this Learn to Certify workshop. This was a workshop series. So we found that there were a lot of people who wanted to either start a business or who had a business, but they wanted to do things to get government contracts and things like that so they could bring in more outside money. So we debated solutions with that, and we were able to obtain an instructor, and it was kind of this bigger thing. It was meant to be a 9-course workshop, but we were able to fit it into kind of 3.5, 4 workshops, to where, you know, students came in and they were able to in these workshops, either start their business or certify their business online to where they could start collecting government contracts and things like that. It was really amazing. So 6 of them officially certified their business within that workshop time. 16 of them were there and got assistance that they needed as needed. Yeah, and again, 100% report happy on that survey. Just kind of using a timeline, so I don't go through every example. These are all of the workshops that we have worked on creating. So, you know, we have the QuickBooks Online. We focused on a social media workshop. There was an optimizing your market for like SEO settings. We have upcoming, we're going to be doing how to build a website. We've noticed that a lot of our businesses don't have a very good online presence or no website at all. So we're actually going to be live in those workshops, building websites for them, with them. And then, you know, working on branding, and the social media one was so well received that another one was requested. So, and then there's more coming up. I just wanted to show the most immediate ones. Another thing we focused on that was kind of a response was events. So connecting people to the community. Our first example of this was our after hours event. These were kind of existing longstanding events that we already had, but we decided to kind of do a new twist on it and kind of see if we could improve upon it. And we connected with the Amador Chamber. So through that, they wanted to bridge the gap because our communities are so close. So we were able to do this and create these 2 events, one in Amador and one in Calaveras, to where we could bring everybody from both sides together to discuss issues and also to just kind of create ideas and networking opportunities. There was, because of this, there was over, 200 RSVPs for both of the events combined, 150 different people from both events that were able to attend. And yeah, we were also able to connect people with experts and consultations and opportunities live there at those events as well. So I think that was really great. And it was also nice to just kind of see all of our businesses communicating with each other. Another issue of an event that is a longstanding event, or not super longstanding, but longstanding event that before I was here, is the On the Right Track program. This one is amazing. I'm really, really happy that the chamber does it, and I would love to keep improving on it. So this program, what it does is it basically takes, seniors who are just about to graduate high school, and we run them through kind of real life scenarios, like what they have to do at the DMV to get, if they need to register their car or renew their driver's license. And we kind of mock up these scenarios for them. So this is something that we wanted to continue and to improve on. So what we did was we discussed how it was done in the past, and we figured out new ways to kind of bring in more people. Because of this, 40 local businesses and also just service providers in the area were able to participate. Both schools reported satisfaction with the program. 100% of the businesses that came want to attend again next year at both schools, and up to 300 students were able to go through the program and receive an education. We also were able to give out scholarships because of this. It was pretty great. So with those kind of as examples, here are all of the ones we've already done, and then the ones that we are working on doing. There is definitely like a more of a focus on, trying to, again, use that process and hearing people and doing, things that would help. Like one that kind of comes to mind that's becoming really important to me is the Food and Beverage Expo. We have heard a lot from our local restaurants that they've been struggling since COVID. So the idea with this expo is to bring in professionals, with all of local restaurants being invited, and they will be able to have see panels, go to, live workshops, hear from keynote speakers who are professionals in this kind of industry, and get assistance again on site at this event. So they're all on the website as well. Oh, and I want to do a tri-county one as well. Since the Amador and Calaveras went so well, I would love to also bring in Tuolumne at some point. So next, to talk about marketing. So something that we've been doing for marketing here is this is one of the examples of something that we've been doing or trying to kind of kick off the ground, is these seasonal campaigns. So the idea was to get people to shop at like a store with a door rather than online. Plaid Friday is kind of the most known one of these. It's an existing thing that we just kind of have adopted for our county and trying to incorporate it as well for us. But it competes with Black Friday, and it basically says, don't shop online or at big stores for Black Friday, shop at something local, buy something local. And so with that thought in mind, we were like, well, if that exists and it does so well in other small communities and rural communities in my research, why can't we have more of those kinds of events throughout the year? Hence, Spring Around Town and Shine and Dine were born. So with the Shine and Dine event and with this, the Plaid Friday, I was just coming in and I didn't get a lot of time with it. Spring Around Town, I did get a lot more time, and I was able to collect a lot of data for this event. So basically, people who signed up for going kind of through these sections on the Spring Around Town, out of the participants, nearly half of them were not even chamber members, which was really great that we were able to reach out to other people who weren't even members of the chamber to get them to sign up. And also, with the focus on the West End, 48% of the participants as a whole were from West End businesses. So things that we did with them is we were able to give them a bunch of free marketing things. It was a lot of stuff. So starting with, what they received, there was QR codes created and flyers to make seeing participants and what their offerings and deals were easy. So each participant received a personalized flyer to use describing their deals and also representing their business. We created commercial videos that showed each town who was participating, and so customers could know what shops were doing deals and participating within those areas, and maybe even see a business that they hadn't seen before. And so when you look at where we advertised, we did a lot more focus on online, because with the small staff, it's a lot easier to do that quickly. But we also used local outlets as well as, KVGC, CCTV, and the Valley Springs newspaper. We also did outsource advertising, reaching out to Ledger Dispatch because of our Amador connection that we had made, and we did a social media reach. With that 150-mile radius that we advertised to, it was, I think, something around like 1,200 different engagements from outside the county. So that was really exciting for us. So how much did we give for each one? So with the 54 business ads that we created, there were 6 town-centered commercials, and that meant that there was about 10 ads per business that were being featured. So that was something that we were really excited to be able to do. Just to kind of give a little overview of what we've been trying to do with social media, since it is such a key tool in the kind of ever-changing market, right? Our Facebook followers, we have been able to increase them to 3.5 thousand there. Instagram 1.5. We have recently started a TikTok using this for a kind of different way to advertise since it's becoming so popular. YouTube, we have been trying to liven that up, and that is where we will soon be featuring videos of our past workshops that we have done. So even if you weren't able to attend those workshops, they have all been videoed and they will be available online for anyone who needs them. We recently started a Pinterest, which has been getting about 400 monthly views a month, and that is the data from that collected shows that a lot of Pinterest users are the Valley Springs West End area. So really happy about that. And the LinkedIn is something that we are working on as well. It's a lot of things to kind of get a grasp on, but we have a start on it. We did also create a new website, and completely from the ground up. So the new website is still under construction. Would like to say that for sure. But the impact we've been able to, I guess, kind of show since February. It says January, that's when I started it, but it really didn't launch until about February. And also these numbers have changed since I checked them this morning. So with this new website, we are now up to actually 4,123 website sessions. We are up to 2,980 unique visitors to the site. And this means that, there's nearly 3,000 unique computer or phone IDs that have come to our website seeking information. And our most frequented page has changed as well. It has now become the events and workshops page, where people are coming to try to find information on the website. The bounce rate does remain about the same. So that means when people come to our site and then they see a link for another business, they click to it. So that's about 67%. So that means that 60% of the site people who come to our site are actually finding another business or another resource and leaving from that. We have a lot of work to do on it as well. The main focus that I have that has been challenging, but will be my main focus continuing moving forward. I'm about 25% completed with it, but it is our updated business directory. I had to start this from scratch, but basically it's going to have chamber members. All of the Calaveras chamber members that reach out to want to be added to the directory will be next. And then after that, I will start reaching out to all of the businesses that are not represented to try to make sure that we get all of them. This is just going to be my process on getting everyone onto the directory. There is also going to be a huge growth section in the resources. So as far as rural business development, we're going to have a huge connection with the MBDA, and there's going to be a lot of resources provided there, whether they be educational content, grants, things like that. They're all going to be kind of easily accessible from the site as best as I can create that. And the educational content as well, the webinars, the virtual classes that we're working on creating, things so that anybody can find what they need, or if they can't attend because of schedules, they'll still be able to get those whatever experts we can bring forward. Yeah. So our next goals are kind of to continue doing that process. We're always open to ideas and feedback. So that way I can find out, figuring out what community members haven't we heard from yet? What businesses haven't I heard from? What additional resources can we bring into the community? How can we find easier ways to connect everybody and connect them with the chamber and our resources? And then we'll just continue to try to do things about it and to evaluate what can be done and do it. Yeah, and I guess my my final thing is definitely, if you know of any local businesses who want to reach out for resources, I am very happy to listen whenever I can. The chamber phone goes directly to myself. So yeah. Thank you, and thank you for your time. Any questions or comments? I'm very open to anything here.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Supervisor Hopper.
The chamber's been a little bit of a in a vacuum a little bit in positions when it came to director, when he came in for a little while, and then prior to being elected, Mr. Hubbard, he did pick that slack up, and he was doing some good things for the chamber also. And then prior to that, there's a little flux, and then when we really got it going, prior to me being on the board, there was a grant that funded quite a bit. But I just was going through the website again off of this, and those are broad steps moving forward. And I appreciate some of the extra help that you've given to the west side of the county and everything. Are you still in the Hubbard building?
Yes.
I was sure of that, but I went in for a lot of this is hard, so I went in for a meeting with Motherlode Job Training Agency because I'm on their board and everything, and the door's locked.
Yes, it has to be.
It has to be. It didn't have to be before. Why is it?
It has to be because of the different organizations that are within that building, and I guess the clientele that would be sometimes in and out. We do not have a official, I guess, front desk.
There used to be one there.
And I believe there is plans. I don't know the exact details on this, so don't quote me on it, but I believe there is plans to kind of do some reconstruction on that building in order to put in a front desk, help desk. So that way it will not be necessary.
That way you have the filter on who's coming in and out of the building. I completely understand how that's supposed to work. There was a well, with Mother Job Training Agency, you know, those are people looking for work that those doors need to be open. You know, we need a podium in there, whatever organization's coming out, whatever changed. When we have something like Mother Job Training Agency in the building that's helping people that look for work that are in need, you can't show up to a building and have the door open. Chamber of Commerce can't have their hands tied for people coming in. I mean, literally, I had to hit the doorbell. And I'm not blaming, I'm just saying this is the actual situation, and it's not like a blame game. But the steps gotta be taken to address that, to keep those doors open. For chamber, for Mother Job Training. You know, that's not something you do when you're giving services to people, is having locked doors. So, not pointing the finger at you. I appreciate the work. I mean, a lot of steps forward. And after you coming in, after a bit of transitional vacuum when it came to the head position in there, I appreciate the work you're doing with what little the chamber has right now. And you know, keep building and building more. Better.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
I agree with Supervisor Stopper, and I think we had this conversation a couple months ago about the door being locked. You have to ring a doorbell and somebody comes down and, oh, wait, you want somebody else, and they gotta go up and get somebody and come down. And then you stand in the doorway. I don't think that's for what Supervisor Stopper was talking about is really when we serve the public, it's something that is not really good. I think we need to relook at that and have those doors open. They used to be for many years in that building when the chamber was there, and they were downstairs. And there was a diocese there, a desk there. You come in and it was open. It was open to the public. It deters people. So I'm in agreement with Supervisor Stopper, but being said, I want to thank the chamber for reaching out and doing the things they have done in this end of the county. Like I said earlier, when CBB was here, that you had your dinner on Sunday night, this part of the county down here, off Pool Station Road. And the after hours event that you had at La Quintana was this end of the county. And it was well received. I attended that event. Yes. And the room was full and you met a lot of people. I think there was a lot of networking going on between the businesses, between Amador, because there was Amador people there. The mayor of Jackson was there also. So I think that was a great event, and I appreciate you reaching out. I'd like to see a lot more because there are a lot of businesses down this end of the county that need help.
Yeah.
And so thank you very much, Wade.
Thank you.
Supervisor Palmer?
I have two questions.
Yes.
Since you're advertising and you're reaching out and through all this new promotional, has the chamber been able to gain in membership over the last year, or how is that aspect of the chamber going?
As far as memberships, I would say we've actually kind of it's gone up a little bit, but it's been a lot more in kind. We've been kind of giving away a lot of memberships in order to kind of help out other businesses. So that's been happening. And then there was kind of and with the new rollover of the website and everything else, there was some that were lost through that process of, they didn't want to maybe continue with that kind of thing. So I would say it's been roughly around 200 members, and it's kind of stayed there with people cycling in and out. So there have been new members, but other ones dropping off.
That kind of status quo.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the next question, I know, Chamber's philosophy is to really focus on the local businesses and strengthen them within our community. What about, other than making sure local dollars are going to the doors you mentioned earlier with your Plaid Friday events, how are you enticing, at least, especially on the west side of the county, to get those visitors that are coming on the east side to get over to the west side to spend those dollars outside of the local community supporting these businesses?
Yeah, I would say that that's mainly just That would be, there has not been a, I guess, pointed direct point to do that, to get people from that side to come to this side. That hasn't been really the way I've been doing it, is trying to get people from outside to come in as a whole to the county. Not maybe so much transfer, but also doing that, encouraging with the networking as well. I mean, that definitely gets members from the east side and the west side to meet and communicate through those after hours and things like that. Because, you know, at those after hour events, like there are often, it's everywhere from Calaveras that comes there, you know, big range of businesses. So I could definitely get numbers on that and figure out what's been happening there, or definitely point a focus on that moving forward. Absolutely. But yeah, I would say so far it's just been the social media aspect has been the most helpful as far as connecting the east side and the west side. Yeah.
I asked that question because I
Yeah.
think of all of the lodges on the other side. And you know, you've got what the cider business, and outside of just wine tasting, you have opportunities on this side that could branch out outside of you know, the normal, and
Absolutely.
get coming over here to do cider tastings and visit McCollum Hill and things like that. And so how do you get those individuals staying the night in the lodges to say, okay, maybe we're not gonna, you know, do another day of and wineries might get mad at me for saying it, another day of wine tasting, but instead we're gonna, you know, change it up a little bit and go cider tasting, or, you know, that kind of things.
We
Get
are
that movement of traffic.
right. We are doing an event coming up soon that is well in October. Not soon, it feels soon to me. Where it's going to be held in Copperopolis, and it's in encouragement of to feature kind of Copper Valley and the golfing there, because I know that's a really big thing there. So that's definitely a thing that we're focusing on, is come spend your time in that beautiful town square. And then it's going to be a summit that's going to be bringing outside people as well from other chambers and from other rural areas to our area, to kind of try to create Copperopolis as a tourism destination. So that being said, as far as getting people who are doing the wine tasting locally, who still live here, maybe, you know, coming over for spending time, you know, in our different hiking areas, at the cider place in Moke Hill, those kinds of things. I've definitely recently just connected with Posterity Cider Works, that they were new to me. I didn't even know they were there myself. And I'm, you know, so that was really exciting to kind of figure that out. So I agree with that. And I would say I have not made steps to do that, but that moving forward would definitely be a suggestion I would love to take on and see how we could make that happen. To do cross-promotional tourism, basically. I would love that. Yeah.
Just trying to generate some dollars over here.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
I see some of it with Moke Hill, like the people that are heading in and out of the county sometimes when they're doing like the 49 route. But more often than not, you know, it's destination bound until they're like heading in and out, if they're using those roads, as opposed to 4 going in and out of the east side of the county. So your focus is more like, you know, I hear what Amanda's saying and that works, but it's someone that's going that side of the county generally only hits our side on the way in and out and spends their dollars. And that's one side focus for what they're doing there. And then the people that go, like, let's say McCollum Hill, we don't have that many places that see a lot of the thought process is a lot of times they try focusing back on TOT, you know, and we don't have that much TOT generating. I do have Airbnbs in my district, you know, it's kind of surprisingly, there's a few, you know, but that's just because we don't have the hotels for the most part. I mean, and like the Shea right now, it's not done quite yet, but it's in the near future, you know, but you know, that it's like when people go to, let's say McCalmy Hill or Valley Springs, you know, they're destination oriented for a reason. It's either they're going to the river, kayaking, they're going to Hogan, or they have family, you know, or an event at one of the other, you know, places throughout the area and everything. But that cross county back to the west side from 4 is generally part of the commute. And yes, they do stop here and get gas
you know, but generally there's not a full day event.
I would.
And no, I disagree. There's a lot of people that go from the east side and they're making it a point to go to Cedar Creek instead of hanging out in Murphy's for the day. So if you
Cedar
capture those individuals that are making that travel along the 49 corridor, the Golden State Line, I mean, why not
Have them
entice
stop
and
in.
advertise on the way back to buy locally on this side of the county? So that was my, you'd be surprised how many people are actually making the travel
To Cedar Creek,
to
Yeah.
Amador County.
yeah,
Yeah.
the
Definitely
commute, right?
capitalize on.
Well, I appreciate it, and I've seen, appreciate people on on the south side of the county, come to the north side, including our CEO. We saw breakfast the other day over at Renegade. Thanks for everybody coming over. Rachel, this is not a budget item today. This is an update, but I assume that you'll be coming back at budget time with the request, probably the same.
I assume so. That is definitely in, the financial section has been, it's been off. I'm learning how to become a bookkeeper,
Okay.
basically.
That's,
So I will come back with that when that time comes. Definitely not prepared
Thank
at the
you.
moment for that.
and when you do that, if you could report out on specifically $50,000 we gave last year, how that breaks out.
Yes.
And if you're asking for it again, what is your plan for that money? And I will ask, same as I did for the visitor bill, I want the balance sheet to come with it.
Right, absolutely.
What, Supervisor Stopper?
The budget submittal should already be in for this next fiscal year.
I'm sorry, so when would it, what?
We already have our budget books out, like the requests and submittals on a timely basis. I know that they went through the transition last year, but
So for preliminary budget, we would like to have request in by February, but you certainly could submit something to be included in final.
Okay.
So, and that's, I think last year, the request was included in the final budget, so.
Okay, yeah, and I believe around January, February was when we received our first
did we transfer?
That is correct.
TOT income.
Did we not get that in this time? I'm sure, that would be a question.
You
I'm
can,
sorry.
you can work with admin.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Work with admin and then they can help you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Fantastic,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. I think that was my point.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely, thank you.
yeah.
And you get it, it's your first year,
Yeah.
so yeah, work with admin and they'll help you out.
Yeah, I was just saying it to put on your radar, so
Yeah,
you now
absolutely.
you know.
Yeah,
So,
Thank you.
It's a lot easier for us to do this in June than in August.
Right. Right.
Are there other questions from the board for Chamber of Commerce at this time? Is there any public comment? Corey? You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, I just wanted to answer the question on the table around access to the building. I could
Not agree more that having a locked door is absolutely uncomfortable. It's not how it should be. What happened was that wall had been taken down prior to your presence there, but the Health and Human Services is actually has a relationship with the county as the lessor. We lease the building and we sublease it to the Chamber of Commerce. And in those relationships, we identified a really big need to have a safe entry point for clients to access the building and access those services. We were told that we needed to access funding. So we pursued funding, we accessed funding, and it's in the current budget that's coming up in front of your board as a capital improvement project to rebuild the reception area so that the public can easily access the building.
Yeah, it has a separate entrance. You can close off and then the entryway there.
Yeah.
The front access point where the chamber used to be. So people could come in.
Yeah, the chamber had a front reception desk and it looks like, I just believe with the staffing restrictions, I know for our staff, the restrictions are just not able to man the front counter. So we are building that and that's in the queue.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, is there any comment online?
There's no online public comment.
Very well, Rachel, thank you very much. Brian, you're up. Madam Clerk, item 35.
Item 35, informational item, Adult Services receive a semi-annual report from the County Veteran Services Office.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Good morning again, Board. Brian Galisi with Veteran Service Office. Here to present you with our semi-annual report. Getting into it once again, a lot of our information does come from local records, and we also take information from the California Association of County Veteran Service Officers annual report. Each one of you has received a copy of that. I believe back in March, if I remember correctly. The cover of this year's report does show a significant amount of numbers regarding how many veterans statewide have been served, how many of their families by phone or email, the number of claims filed by county's veteran service offices in the state, and that these claims resulted in awards paid to veterans and their families in the amount of $485 million statewide for Calaveras, California. Here we have the monetary impact of what we've done for our county. Our veteran population listed is 3,865. It's a little bit of a drop from last year. We had 932 in-person visits, 1,644 by phone or email. We submitted 984 new claims, just our office. And those claims, we have new awards obtained by our office in over $2.6 million. And the average claim is $2,714. These new awards are all federal money coming into the county economy. And right now, based on the general fund support of the office, that worked out to be $13.05 for every dollar spent as a return on the investment. This has been the progression of growth by fiscal year. As you can see, we're right around the same point we were last fiscal year. We did not have as many one-time benefits, but we have a lot of new benefits that are lifetime, and we're still sustaining a good number of people who are continuing to receive those benefits. While our office produces a healthy number of claims, which result in these benefits, we're not the only veteran service organization who our veterans can seek assistance from. They can go to other organizations like the American Legion, Disabled Veterans of America, VFW, and they all have accredited personnel to submit claims on their behalf to the VA. We've received information from the Department of Veterans Affairs, Veterans Benefits Administration, that shows the total veterans or surviving dependents with addresses in Calaveras County received federal VA service-connected disability compensation or low-income VA pension benefits in the calendar year of 2023 in the amount of $25,817,266.69. Now, I would love it if that was my office, but we have about 8 million of that is to our credit. Local statistics. These are the statistics from our office for just the first 3 months of this calendar year. We've received almost 400 phones, emails, 310 in-person visits. We've had 6 outreach events and about 59 new contacts from those events. We've submitted 269 claims. And number of veterans claims we were submitted were 185. Compensation claims, 82, and 3 had already been awarded by the end of March. 50 healthcare enrollments. And our total retroactive awards for that period is over $454,000. And new monthly awards in the amount of 54,000, almost 54,500. 10 college fee waivers, and that value is over 78,000. This is a new part that I've added to show the number of claims that we've done. The number of claims that our office has produced has increased 38% from fiscal year 2019, 2020. One of the biggest factors in that is the fact that we have an outreach coordinator who goes out and meets with veterans who have never even heard of us. I've been in this position for over 3 years, and we still have people saying we've never heard of you, or you didn't exist. We did have a slight decrease in 2020, 2021. Of course, we believe that is due to COVID, but we continue to grow and continue to see new people all the time. The last piece is a success story that I like to give, and this is about a program that we are involved in. It's called Veterans Treatment Court. Not a lot of people know about it. We collaboratively work with probation, district attorney, defense attorneys, one of the judges, behavioral health, sheriff's department, and veterans service justice outreach coordinator with VA Medical Center. And this is for veterans who find themselves involved in the justice system in one way or another. This is the story of one particular veteran who took part in the program. In February 2022, our office received a call from an investigator employed by a local defense attorney. He informed us of a veteran who had been arrested for discharging a weapon who was not receiving any VA benefits. The veteran's family reached out to our veteran service representative and set an appointment, and the VSR began to work on a claim for the veteran, including for PTSD. She also connected him with our Veterans Program Coordinator, who meets with veterans individually and in support groups, providing education and tools to help veterans manage the difficulties in their lives. The Veterans Program Coordinator met with this veteran individually every other week to provide support, as well as guidance, and attended court proceedings in support of the veteran. In June of 2023, the VA rated the veteran at 70% disabled for his service-connected disabilities, including PTSD. He has since been enrolled in VA healthcare and is participating in treatment. The support he receives from our office and the VA, combined with his relentless hard work, led the court to drop all charges against this veteran and restored all of his rights. I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Brian. Great report. Questions? Supervisor Palmer?
And I have a question, I just have a compliment. I think what was it, last month that you guys had that meeting? That of all the veteran districts in the county. The veteran districts in my district were very happy that happened, and they hope that is more of a common occurrence. They said just the networking and knowing who is who on the veteran district and sharing information was really helpful just from a board level to better serve the constituents and also learn more about your services so they can better refer individuals over to the county program. So I just wanted to compliment. It was the feedback I got, it was very people were very happy with that.
Yes, thank you very much. We put a lot of planning into that meeting to try to come together as a group to better serve the veterans of our county, and try to find those who are missed, because there are some who have no way to reach out to us, and we don't want that happening. And we look forward to continuing these meetings. Right now, I believe we're doing semi-annual, and as needed, we will come together and we will work together to serve.
Supervisor Stopper?
Through Calaveras County has a fairly high percentage of veterans per capita as opposed to a lot of parts of the state. We're blessed to have a lot of our veterans here that, you know, have put in the good work for us to retain our rights and our place here as home. And there's quite a few. I mean, even the percentage goes up a little higher, not than everywhere, but in Rancho Calaveras and down in the District 5 area, there's a lot of vets down in my area.
Yes,
And I
there are.
appreciate the services you do. And I can't be more happy with the good work you do. I do have someone, I want to give you a phone number before you leave today and a name. He's reached out and I'll leave it to you to talk to him and maybe we can address the issue that he has or
Not a problem.
or get partway there and make someone happy. That's what I gotta say, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hubbard? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for giving me a tour of your offices and understanding. I just had a quick question. It's pretty much for county council as well. Other veterans organizations here in the county, for example, the Ebbets Pass veterans, do they have to report to the board? I mean, they do receive public funds.
Veterans Memorial Districts are their own independent special districts under the Military and Veterans Code. So they're not under the purview of the Board of Supervisors. They have their own elected boards of directors.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate the information that we get from you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Brian, for everything you do and the staff over there. I think back when I first came on this board, we had one part-time employee at the HHS building that works maybe 3 hours a day, 3 days a week. And none of the veterans even know it existed. But since we've reached out and you've came on board and Ryan has come on board and that it keeps expanding, you guys are doing a tremendous job, a tremendous service to the veterans that live in this county. And some that don't even live here, they come by the office and find out you have an office there. I think your whole staff and you have just done a tremendous job, and I appreciate everything that you do. And again, the meeting that we had and brought all of them together, you and Ryan reached out. Ryan did a lot of the work to reach out to them and brought them all into one room. And I think the benefits that are going to transpire from that going forward is going to be tremendous. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you also for giving our opening statement during that meeting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, this is an informational item. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, seeing any online?
We have no online public.
Brian, let me add my voice to thank you for what you're doing and keep rounding up our veterans and connecting them into the system.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I invite all of you to come into our office, see what we do and how we do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's on your way out. Don't mind the other side of the East Coast.
That's scary.
No bad words.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, we'll take item 36 and 37 together since they're parts of the same.
Okay.
Want to read it in?
Read both, yes. Item 36, Resolution Human Resources. Approve a resolution giving notice on the intention to approve an amendment to the contract between the Board of Administration of California Public Employees Retirement System and the County of Calaveras Board of Supervisors. Item 37, action item, Human Resources, introduce, waive first reading and authorize summary publication of an uncodified ordinance amending the county's contract with the California Public Retirement System in order to add the optional purchase of service credit for service within the Peace Corps, AmeriCorps Vista, or AmeriCorps for local miscellaneous members.
Judy?
Good morning, Chair Hernandez, members of the board, Judy
As Human Resources and Risk Director, and I am bringing before you today both an intent to change our CalPERS contract by adding service credit. So our contract allows us to purchase service credit for certain services in public areas such as Peace Corps, also AmeriCorps. And to be able for our employees to purchase those credits, it has to be within our contract. We do have these within our safety members contract, but we did not have it in our miscellaneous members contract. And so that's what we're bringing before you today. CalPERS requires us to give them a resolution for the intent to change our contract. And they also allow us to bring forward the waiver or introduce and waive first reading of the change to our ordinance. And so that's what I have before you today. Right now, CalPERS is unable to present to us a cost for the county because the way that they cost out service credit is actually has to do with the projected age of a member's retirement, the life expectancy, salary inflation, and the assumed rate of return on investments. And so these type of assumptions are calculated annually by their actuary, and then that information is given to us on an annual basis. I can say that just looking at calculations for retirement, I did try to do kind of an example of the benefit to the member. And so if we had a member who's retiring at age of 62 after 20 years of service, and their annual salary is $52,400, the retirement would be $1,746, almost $47 a month. If that same retirement scenario, but they had 24 years of service, which means they bought an additional 4 years of service credit, then the retirement would be $2,096 a month. So it's an increase of $349 monthly. So that's the advantage to the service member. So any questions?
Any questions from the board? Any questions from the public? Anything online?
We have no online questions.
This is an action item. Is there a motion?
I just, I get it, we used to be able to buy credit prior to having to have service, and everything. And I understand how the calculation works, and it's almost impossible for them to give us a number, especially when they change what their calculation is going to be next week. But always with something like this, the potential cost and not being able to put out a number, and we're doing a vote, makes me uncomfortable. It's not, and by no fault of HRs, it's just, the nature of the bureaucracy and the beast. And that can be significant, especially when it comes to our growing costs on retirement and us having to cover that. That's been a drain on our finances extremely, coming in for years on unsecured.
Can I provide just a little bit of clarification there? So, of course, service credit, we do have right now, they're allowed to buy military credit. And so we may have, somebody that's bought 4 years of military credit. We also have some employees who cashed out previous CalPERS money, and so then they can buy back that service time. There is a cap to 4 years, such as military. We did a survey. We had about 7 employees within the county that served in the Peace Corps. And so it just comes down to, how much it's going to cost. Also is how many are enrolling in it, their age at retirement, those type of things.
Questions or a motion? Is there a motion?
Sir, public comment.
Oh, public comment? I think we already did that. Any online?
Correct. No online public comments.
Motion? Moved by Supervisor Fallendorf, second.
I'll second.
Second, this is for item 36 and 37. All in favor?
I'd like to just abstain. I'm not saying no to it, but
not enough information for me to make a critical financial vote. And no fault of yours, Jude. That's the only reason I'm not staying.
Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Item 38.
Item 38, resolution, integrated waste management, adopt a resolution accepting the Cal Waste 4.62% rate increase for contract year 2024-2025.
Ms. Cashman, it's great to see you.
Good morning. Are we morning? Yes. Chair Garamendi and respective members of the board, Jennifer Cashy, Director of Integrated Waste Management, and it's great to be here as well. Thank you. Item before you is Cal Waste. On September 13th, excuse me, I'm going to start over. On September 13th, 2016, the Board of Supervisors entered into an agreement with Cal Waste for our solid waste collection, hauling, and disposal and recycling processing services. Pursuant to this agreement, Cal Waste shall submit an application for an RRI adjustment for this coming year. Cal Waste is proposing an increase for the contract year of July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 in the amount of 4.62%. Should the board adopt the 4.62% Cal Waste increase, the monthly consumer cost of a 35-gallon cart will increase by $1.36, resulting in a $30.73 charge. A 65-gallon trash cart will increase by $2.93, resulting in $66.35, and a 95-gallon cart will increase by $4.87, resulting in $110.34 per month. Integrated Waste Management has verified Cal Waste rate increase calculations, and they are made in accordance to our contract. Should the board choose not to adopt this resolution and the proposed Cal Waste 4.62% increase for contract year 2024-25, the 2016 contract would require the county to compensate Cal Waste for the difference in the increase in revenue, projected at $314,797. This alternative is not recommended, as right now IWM is not in a financial position to absorb the resulting financial impacts. I'm open to any comments or questions.
Questions from the board?
Is there anything in this rate adjustment? I read through it, but I didn't see anything, and I know that they have some programs. Cal Waste has some program concerning senior citizens that are living on limited funds that may be having difficulty even having this service to them. Is that part of the consideration that maybe Mary Beth can speak to it on what programs they have? Because this could be a big increase to senior citizens that are living on a very limited budget right now, that don't have any other means to transport their refuse to the landfill. And this is the service they're depending on. And then the rate increase comes and they won't be able to do it. And I just want to make sure that we have some provisions in place that protect senior citizens on limited income.
Sure, I will. I'm going to defer to Cal Waste to answer that question regarding those rates.
So to answer your question, the rate does not reflect the senior care program that you and I have talked about. So for the City of Angels Camp, currently, if they qualify for the PG&E care program, then they will go down to the city and show the city their qualification. And then we work with the city to give them that discounted rate. So that's something that the county would have to put into place. That's not something we can do because that is a lot of information that we cannot take on. I mean, we can't be seeing people's social security numbers and income and all of those things. So that's something that the county would have to adopt and put into place. And then, we would make sure that we honor that on their invoice.
Okay. I don't know if the board is interested in doing that. I certainly am. I think it's a need. I think the program is there, it's in effect, and we can check with the city and put something together if the board is wanting to do that.
I think we discussed this before. In that interest, so I'm interested in seeing what it is and bringing it back and finding out what the total, you know, what it'll take to implement that type of program and work with Calais.
Well, I think it's already implemented with the city, so I think just going through that, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. We're not starting something new, so but I would like to see information come back for us to consider and maybe vote to have that take place. Because I think it's a desperate need for everything's increasing. And their funds are very slowly being increased if they're on Social Security. If they're not, then it's a mainstay that they're not getting them increases probably. So and the service is desperately needed by many of them because they don't have any other way to get rid of their garbage or refuse. So
Sure,
this is my comments.
I just have a question.
Sure.
You're not considered a public utility as Calais because you're a private enterprise, right?
Correct.
Right, yeah, no, that's nice. So you're choosing on your own to be able.
Absolutely, yeah, we will not, we will cover that cost, that is not given, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I think that maybe going forward, we get Rebecca Callan in on the conversation. She can kind of let you guys know how it's working for the City of Angels, how they're administering it, and then we can go from there to come up with something for the county that works. Yeah.
Okay, so in front of us, we've got this the resolution, and I think there's some staff direction to explore that and bring something back to the board with some ideas. And so the item before us, resolution, is there public comment on this? Any online?
There's no online public comment.
All right, so is that clear on the direction from the board to come up with some ideas?
I will work
Talk
with
to the City of Angels.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that when, because I was on the city council when we adopted that and worked with, Calais. County really gonna have to get creative. The reason the city is able to do that is because they were already collecting the PG&E bills for, sewer and water for those discounted rates. And so the platform was already built in that it wasn't necessarily an impact and added thing that the utility staff was already doing that. So I think the county isn't in the business of utilities, so we're gonna have to get creative in how that is implemented because it's not gonna be apples to apples. Just to clarify that, that was the biggest difference. And so because of that, it was much easier to collaborate with Cal Waste to get that information and transfer it to them to implement the discounts. I just want to put that on record.
So do some exploring.
Absolutely.
Figure out how we can and can.
Will do.
Point. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Moved by Supervisor Hubbard, second.
Second.
Supervisor Stopper, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, 0. Carries 5-0. Thank you very much, Jim.
Guys talking to each other, I mean, you're separate.
Okay,
I'm here with another half. Thank you guys.
so
Thanks, Barbara.
we've got 3 more items. Fire one's obviously going to take a little bit of time. But I think we could get through weights and measures. We'll move on to item 39.
Item 39, action item, agricultural, introduce, waive first reading and authorize summary publication of an ordinance amending Calaveras County Code, Chapter 3.50 to update annual device registration fees for commercial weighing and measuring devices consistent with California Business and Professions Code, Section 12240.
Thank you. Jazzy?
Morning, Chair Garamendi, honorable members of the board, Jesse Fowler, Agricultural Commissioner and Director of Weights and Measures. So today I am here to talk about the annual registration and device fees. This is in relation to Assembly Bill 1304 and its effect on the California Business and Professions Code 12240. So just as a reminder, and if you have any questions, let me know. The item itself is fairly simple what it is, but there's just so many moving parts in it. So 12240, basically what it says is that the Board of Supervisors can charge for device fees. And that is to recover some of the costs in actually going out and performing the Weights and Measures program because it is a mandatory program. And in order to do that, we do need to have an ordinance, which we do already. It is chapter 3.5, the annual device registration fee ordinance. And what this does is it allows us to charge on an annual basis. We do it per calendar year at the end of every year, the commercial device owners, and they are charged per device. And this is because of the unclaimed gas tax. Unclaimed gas tax is a subvention fund for the agricultural programs that we are mandated to perform, but not the Weights and Measures one. So this is a cost recovery. The program is only funded through fines, these fees, and then there are two very small, and I mentioned them on here, contracts with California Department of Food and Agriculture, which together cover maybe a little over 1% of the total program costs, so not much at all. And then moving on, just to show you, I'm trying to go fast so you guys can get to lunch quicker here. There are a little over 4,500 commercial devices in Calaveras County. I use 2023 data because that's our last complete data set. At the time I put all this together and submitted it, we were still receiving monies for 2024. So this gives you a good idea anyway. There's not a huge amount of fluctuation from year to year. And again, as you can see there, so these fees, they cover approximately 36% of the cost to run the entire program. That $173,000 comes from our annual financial statement. So this is a mandatory document. And I talked about it a little bit in January that the California Department of Food and Agriculture requires, and we go through all of those mandated programs. And basically we're showing our maintenance of effort to receive the subvention funding back. So even though this program isn't funded by it, we still have to show it. It's considered a below the line item because of that. But again, that's where that money's come from. So the device and location fees, they were last updated in 2008 with the last master fees schedule. That's 16 years ago. Now, some of this board will probably remember I was here in 2021 talking about some sort of fee. So it's not this fee. There's actually 3 separate fees that go out with every annual billing. There is the administrative state fee, which is what I was here for in 2021. And that is a mandatory fee that's kind of just passes through us. We collect it for the state. They let us keep a whole 12% of it. And that just goes to them. Don't really have control over that. Then there's the actual device fee itself. Everybody has to pay that if they have a commercial device. And then there's a location fee. So location fee only gets charged if we have to actually go to that location and check that device there. So basically what has changed? Assembly Bill 1304. It was signed by the governor, so it is now in effect as of January 1st. And this changes the language in the Business and Professions Code 12240 to increase the maximum amount that we can charge for these devices. And also the location fee too. So I put in here, this is as of 2023. These are the numbers just to kind of give you an idea of how much everything costs. So again, there's those three separate parts. There's that state administrative fee that we have no control over, then the device fee and the location fee. As you'll see, the device fee, it actually does vary quite a bit, anywhere from $2 to $250, depending on the type of device. So that top one, the Marina Park or complex owning utility meters, we refer to those as just sub meters. And those would be like your water meters. They would be your electric meters. They are your vapor meters. So like a propane meter. And basically what that is, just to kind of give you an idea, is for example, an apartment complex, let's say they have a large propane tank. Obviously, everyone doesn't want to pay whatever how many units there are. They want to actually pay for what they're using. So there's a sub meter on every single unit, and it meters what goes through. That is a sub meter. Then the next one, it's scales other than livestock, capacity over 10,000 pounds. That's going to be like vehicle scales. Scales other than livestock between 2,000 and 10,000. Those are platform scales. In this county, we have a lot of like wine grape scales. Then the livestock scales, those are probably pretty self-explanatory. Those are a lot of our cattle scales. Propane truck or dispenser, kind of what it sounds like. So going back to that apartment model, that truck that came and brought that propane actually has a meter on it as well. And that makes sure that when you pay for, say, 100 gallons, that you're actually getting 100 gallons. And then the same thing for the next one down, the wholesale vehicle, that is the same thing, but for like gas or diesel. So trucks that deliver that in bulk. Miscellaneous is kind of a catch-all category. That's where we have like cordage meters, our like fuel dispensers at gas stations and computing. This one's to kind of show you how the breakdown is, as you would expect. Most of those meters are going to be sub meters. And then the other one would be the miscellaneous category, because again, it's kind of a catch-all. So this actually kind of goes through those fees that were collected through location and device. And we got a $53,779 that we collected in 2023. And then this goes to the proposed. So the proposed, as you can see, nothing changed in that state admin fee. It's in the device and the location. So the location went from we being able to charge a maximum of $100 to $120. And then the device fees kind of, it matters on the device. So they increased anywhere from $50 for the wholesale vehicle meters to no change whatsoever for the scales other than livestock, both the over 10,000 between the 2,000 and 10,000 capacity, those stayed the same. Now, as far as the location, I did just put everything flatly as 120, and that's just because they were not uniform previously, and this proposed chart just equalizes that fee across all business types. And then also you'll see here that they have broken out in the sub-meter type, the electric, water, and the vapor. So instead of just a flat $2, they've moved it to $3, $6, and $10 respectively. And then also the same thing with computing scale. We've pulled that out of the miscellaneous category. And we've done that just for accuracy and tracking purposes. And those are point of sale devices. So like when you go to a grocery scale and they weigh those apples as it's going across the register, that would be a computing type scale. All right, and the same thing. So these are the actual numbers. If we just transferred the numbers from 2023 to 2025 and the proposed fees of how it breaks down and the money's brought in. So as you can see, it would move up the total amount collected to $87,896. And this is just an overall breakdown of the same thing, comparing the 2023 to 2025 to show you the difference. So the device fees would go up a little over 27,000, and the location fees would go up almost 20. Location fees would change from, so that's about $4,000. And that gives us a total cost recovery of $32,117. And it would change the fees from covering 36%, which is about a third of the total program costs, to 54, a little over half of the program costs. All right, so as far as stakeholder notification and comment, I did send out a letter on December 1st, and it was an attachment to this item. It just kind of went over everything I'm going over, went over the assembly bill, and then the changes. There was a table included that kind of showed where the breakdown was, what they could expect to pay. I just put a notification that proposing to start these new fees with the new fiscal year. And I did ask if anyone had any comments or concerns to please reach out to me within 30 days and let me know. As of today, I have received no comments. All right. And then just to let you know what's going on elsewhere in the state and to let you know that this isn't just an isolated ask. So since we did this, I actually attended it's the California Agricultural Commissioners and Sealers Association, CACASA Spring Conference. So again, representatives, all the commissioners from the 58 different counties. I asked the entire General Assembly, I said, hey, I just want to know, because I'm about to present this item to my board. How many of you, plan on either presenting or have already presented this exact same item to your board? And all of them did. So this is a statewide initiative of moving these fees to basically decrease the dependence on general fund dollars to run the program. And also, speaking of the spring conference, just to update you guys, in January, I spoke that I had been nominated to serve as on the board of directors as the secretary. And I'm very proud to say that I was actually elected by the General Assembly at the spring conference to serve for this next year. So that was a huge honor for me. Thank you. All right. And then the other part of this as well is the ordinance itself. So again, as Business and Profession Code says there needs to be an ordinance. So we looked at the ordinance, had a lot of help from County Council. And we went and we updated language. You'll see in the red line version, there's a lot of changes. And basically what we did is we as opposed to the fee chart, we pulled that out and basically put in there that the fees should just reflect what's in Business and Professions Code 12240, just to make it super streamlined. And otherwise, I mean, that's kind of all I have here. And I mean, this is just the informational stage, and I'd be back on June 11th with the actual action item. But until then, any questions for me?
Question of the board?
Sorry, I just want to clarify, this is an action item. This is introduction of the ordinance, and then it'll come back for adoption, which is another action item.
And that's why County Council is getting what?
Let's see, I have a question.
Yes.
This location fee.
Yes.
What is entailed in that, and how do we do this without, my understanding of fees is we can only charge for the work that's done. Having a set fee from there seems contrary to that. So can someone unpack that for me?
Yeah, so that's generally correct. There are, of course, so I would say the default under California law is if there's no statutory fee or anything like that, we're not allowed as a governmental entity to recoup in excess of what it costs us. This is a statutory fee set by the state. These are numbers from the Business and Professions Code. We do have to verify that they don't exceed our costs of the program, which Ms. Fowler, just demonstrated that it costs in excess of these fees, but it's a little bit different from a fee that we're just coming up with that isn't found in state law, where we have to show that whole workup.
So once again, the state holds us to 218, but if they don't want to, they just don't. Lovely.
I will say, as far as the location, so locations generally, we just go out on the larger scales because that's kind of difficult for them to move it to our office. Right. And right now I don't have the exact number per hour, but in our MOUs with both Tuolumne and with Amador, we're charging them $150 to run that truck and to use one of our employees.
It's fine. I just,
yeah, okay.
The irony of this is just,
Well, it's typical with everything. State passes law. Here you go, counties implement it on your own dime. Oh, and through Assembly Bill 1304, you can't charge over this amount.
right, but we also don't, it doesn't make sense.
That's.
Okay, this is an action item. Is there public comment? Is there any public comment online?
We have no online public comment.
Bring back further comments, questions, or a motion?
So moved.
By Supervisor Stoppers, or second?
Second.
By Supervisor Toffenali. All in favor?
Aye.
Reelection leave. I think we all agree.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, board members, we have two items left, fire program and then public works on Wagon Trail. Do we want to take a lunch break? We're going to take a bio break no matter what. So you want to keep piling on, or do you want to go take a lunch break?
Just want to finish it off.
Light.
Lunch?
Light, your radio, your microphone.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm in favor of just taking a break and then powering through this. I don't know how much longer. I don't think it's gonna take that much longer.
Where's the rest of the board?
I'm always hungry.
So you want to eat or do you want to power through? Good?
I'm just always hungry.
Okay,
So I'll go over here.
power through. All right. We're gonna take it, we're gonna take a 10-minute bio break and then we're gonna get at this thing.
We have a
We're good, sir.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back. We'll begin with item 40.
Item 40, informational item, building. 1, hear an update presentation regarding the fire prevention program. And 2, provide direction to staff on implementation of program activities.
Thank you. Mr. Albert. Do I present?
Afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. I've visited your board twice in the recent past regarding budgetary issues with our department related to reduction in revenue. And your board asked us a month ago to bring back the fire prevention program so we could get a view and update and see what the future of the program looks like based on everything that has happened in the last month. I have taken the opportunity to meet with the fire JPA on the 15th to share the information that was provided to your board so that everybody's should be up to speed, with the exception of a couple of items that changed last week, which we'll be bringing you up to speed on during the presentation. So I'm just gonna jump right in. Ultimately, we're going to start with the general plan objective, just kind of refresh and get into the program status, and then discuss the service challenges that we have. And then I've prepared 5 different options for your board to consider. Of course, there's always, other items that we may not have stumbled on that could be an option to discuss. So hopefully this is going to be an interactive discussion. And I hope that the JPA can also provide some additional insight to make sure that their voice is clearly heard. And then we'll move into discussion and direction. So the strategic plan objective, establish a joint powers authority or memorandum of understanding between the county and fire districts, enhancing collaboration and efficiencies for building and planning activities. Now, I like to also start with basic underlying principles. Whenever your board gives me direction, I like to frame everything under these principles. We don't want to have an over bureaucratic bloated system. We want something practical and efficient. We want to make sure that we are hitting all of our obligations with state, federal, local regulations. And whatever we decide has to benefit all of the entities involved. And in this case, it's the county offices, fire districts, and the individual communities served. In this case, it's building construction industry and businesses that we would be interacting with, or the community at large in many cases. So pursuant to board's direction, we have completed the process of standing up a fire prevention program. From last May till now, we have signed the memorandum of understanding between the fire authority, the JPA, and the county. Your board has adopted the fire prevention service fees, and that was, I believe that was May 11th of last year. We adopted those fees. We have developed the county's fire prevention webpage. We filled vacant county fire marshal position, and we did begin fire code reviews of commercial buildings, sprinklers, that sort of thing. We've been doing proof of concept inspections and outreach, and we did start implementing to a limited degree on some of our permit processes. We also implemented on-site fire suppression water storage program, which was well received with the JPA. Our previous fire marshal did a good job of putting that together for us, and we wish to continue using that if at all possible. We have created informational handouts and inspection standards for operational fire permits and basic standard inspection checklists. We began staff training, fire inspections, public outreach. We also began pre-construction, pre-event planning meetings, because it's not just construction. Often large events are going to require a measure of fire protection or fire prevention. So we have been putting together a broader meeting package for people coming in who want to have those types of events where it's not just fire and building, but we're including the other departments such as planning and public works where they have to block streets, that sort of thing. So instead of having to walk from station to station, getting information, we're moving towards getting everyone in the same room at the same time and providing that information. And we've incorporated fire inspections and permit records into our current community development, or otherwise known as Track It software. And we are ready to start rolling on that. Some of the challenges we have, ultimately, there are some uncertain service needs here. We don't fully understand how many businesses are going to need inspections out there, and we do have some fluctuating needs. Ultimately, you have mandated inspections that the state requires for specific business types. And then you have businesses who trigger the requirement for annual fire permits, which would require annual inspections. And beyond that, some business types don't necessarily need an annual inspection. They would need an occupancy inspection at the beginning of their business before we allow them to occupy a building. We would inspect it for fire and building safety, give them their certificate and let them move in. Each fire district has the ability to decide if they want to inspect every business or not. But when you boil it right down, there are mandates and there are permit requirements, and those do trigger, but not all businesses trigger an annual inspection. As your board is aware that there's currently a short-term vacation rental ordinance being drafted, and that particular ordinance, because we're recognizing dwellings as being occupied in a transient manner, there may be a requirement for an initial or an annual inspection. We don't really know how that's going to boil out once your board decides. That could be a one-time first year cost to have an inspector, a fire inspector, do all that work, or it could be an annual reoccurring cost that we have to collect cost recovering on. And right now it could be anywhere from 12,000 or 1,200 short-term vacation rentals to maybe 2,000. We're not entirely certain, but we're fairly certain on the 1,200. Once again, we don't know if that's going to be reoccurring or a one-off. So that's an uncertain, that's hard to calibrate a budget based on how much is really out there. In addition, every fire district has a different level of service service needs as it relates to businesses. Some corridors are a little bit heavier on business than others. And every fire district is ultimately going to decide if they want to participate in this program or handle their own inspections based on what they can hope to achieve on cost recovery or just public service needs, and deciding that the cost is worth the sacrifice. Cost recovery is the name of the game for the building department right now, because we don't have a means, and I'll get into it a little bit further. We don't have a means to really go after general fund money without it deeply affecting our department. So I want to talk about that a little bit later on. But we do have a current revenue challenge, and that is, frankly, there's not enough people coming in to get permits on our bread and butter permit types, garages, sheds, decks, the things that people do to develop their properties. That's what sustains a building department in a rural environment, not single family dwellings or commercial. So when we see a huge increase in either inflation or in loan rates, then we're going to see a reduction in the amount of people coming in to get those permits. And that's what we're seeing right now. So I did talk about that. So staffing levels right now, we do have a fire marshal, and Dominic has been doing a great job of working with staff, getting training out there, getting handouts ready, and he's ready to go. But from the very beginning, we recognize that if you want to do this job right, it's going to take more than a fire marshal. It's going to take a fire marshal and at least one, if not two more fire inspectors to hit everything that the county needs to meet the minimum fire code requirements, the state mandated requirements, and just any of the specific issues that come up that the JPA wants to delegate to the county. We have to meet that need in it. And so there's going to be a lot of work if we really dig into it. So you have your mandated inspections, as I mentioned before, construction permits, and those are typically your fire alarms, fire sprinkler systems, hydrants, water storage, the things that the fire department needs, in addition to the things that the occupants of businesses need in order to be safe and exit the building in a safe manner in an emergency. Operational fire permits are more your permits that ensure that the businesses are educated enough to safely conduct their business within a structure. Welding shops, repair garages, anything that has flammable storage or hazardous uses. There's specific guidelines, and if they exceed thresholds, then they're required to hold a permit, be trained, and demonstrate annually that they are meeting those minimum fire code requirements. And unfortunately, let me move this out of the way so I can see the rest of this. There we go. Short-term vacation rentals, we've already discussed. It's kind of up in the air right now, but if we have some clarity on that moving forward, we can better plan. So cost recovery is a huge concern. Businesses, by and large, they want fire prevention services. They appreciate having a fire inspector. They want their fire department around. But in this economic environment, it's an added cost. They don't want to pay for that fire prevention service, especially if they haven't had to yet. And this county has not seen a fire prevention program countywide, at least in the last, I'm going to say 30 years, maybe further. I'm not certain if there was a full fire prevention program when there was a county fire department. I haven't gone that far back, but I can say that most businesses here, the only way they would know that there are fire requirements is because they have a business in some other city or county that has a fire prevention program. So we do interact with people who regularly come in expecting to pay that fee because they have a business in Stockton or they have a business in Tuolumne County or something. They're aware of these fees, but many businesses don't. And so a lot of what we're going to be doing if we move forward with this is outreach and also weathering complaints, because there is a cost, and that cost affects their bottom line. And in this economic environment, some people may not be able to afford it. So we do have to consider that. There's no current funding options for fire prevention other than the permit fees. I'll get into that a little bit further because there are some potential grants on the horizon, but they're not available right now, and I'll plug that in a little bit further into the presentation. Currently, the permit fees are not being collected for staffing we already have. The last 2 years, the building department has been floating the fire prevention construction using our reserve fund. And as your board is aware, that fund is no longer there. It was used exactly what it was meant to be set aside for, and that is stabilizing an emergency budget in a downturn economy. Our construction permits dropped, which means I had to use that funding. So I have no money available in that reserve fund to continue to fund the program. So if it stays in the department, it is going to have to fund itself. In order to advance an effective program, I've identified a couple things we really need to do. We have to establish a base level of service. What is it that the county wants to see? What is it that the JPA wants to see as a basic level of service across the county so that we can maintain that unified fire prevention program? We need to establish an expected staffing level and a cost recovery based on that service model. And then we need to fund staffing and make sure that we're being effective in the process there. Revenue collection is going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be important unless your board decides that there's another way to fund this. So as I mentioned before, we got high inflation, we got high interest rates, which means we have low construction. Our workload and revenue are down by 25% right now. No reserve fund left. And so we really need to modify the program or look at other funding solutions. I've got 5 options for you. And some of them arguably I probably shouldn't even brought to you because they're not really tenable, but they need to be discussed in case there's some other enhancement that could make it worth it. We could end the program, which in my mind is the worst case. We could reduce the program to a county, to the county just doing fire reviews for new development projects and the basic construction permits. We could fund the program through the general fund and retain it in the building department. We could retain it in the building department and just commence the fire prevention program. Just start it July 1 and let it run. We're ready to do it. I mean, we may not be able to provide full service because we only have one person, but we can get a lot done with one person. And it's a good start and it's something we can build off of. We could also move the program to some other general fund department and locate compatible funding solutions. We'll get into that near the end. There's an idea that was out there and we'll see if something like that can grow legs. Ultimately, though, I just want to point out, this program was not built to fit into any one department. It was built to stand on its own so that any department could run it. It could run itself or any department could run it. It can go wherever it needs to go and it's ready to do it. Okay, so worst case scenario is end the program. We could say that, well, it was worth a shot. We got it done, but let's just dissolve the MOU and let the fire districts handle their districts and let the building department handle the building permits. It damages communication between the fire districts and the county, especially as it relates to new construction. What that does is it actually slows down our permit review process. As your board is aware, we often route new construction plans to multiple agencies in order to ensure that the right people are making the right calls on a number of code related items. In this case, this would mean that we would be sending plans out, not just as information to the fire chiefs, but you need to do this review. Well, if there is an emergency and they have staffing allocated to that emergency, they don't have the staffing to do the plan review, which means a project may sit for weeks to months, depending on the emergency. That damages the ability for the county to release those permits and get construction going. And the building department being a facilitator of construction in order to continue that economic machine going, we really don't recommend we go this direction. So it essentially decreases service, but it also decreases customer service because any log jam ends up having phone calls being made, not just to the building department, but to the fire districts. Hey, when you guys going to get this done? They don't have time to respond to that type of stuff. They're service-based, they're out in the community and they're taking care of the emergencies for us. So this really isn't consistent with the strategic plan for the county to separate in this manner. And I think I can get a good read that that's not really where we want to go. The second option is to just reduce it down to the bare bones, which is just the county doing fire reviews on new construction and issuing the permits for sprinklers and alarm systems and hoods, that sort of thing. That's really where this whole program started, as a test bed to see what kind of communication can we hammer out and what can we do to speed up permitting. And we've gained a lot of very positive sentiment from the fire districts and being able to provide that, at least that level of service, and be able to communicate directly to each fire district with, this is what we got, this is what we saw. And the whole premise was, we review it, we enforce the fire code. We enforce 4290 as it is written. And that's the consistency we provide. If there's a hardship or something out in the environment that needs to be reviewed, that's the fire chief's call to make a determination. Because of outside factors, we already have the forms in place to allow for those variances. They worked very well. This is an option if it just boils down to, was a great idea, but the economy doesn't like it right now. Let's put it on the shelf until we can fund this differently. This maintains at least a bare minimum of service that everybody seemed to enjoy. And I would call this as our fallback position. If anything, I wouldn't go lower than this. Okay, the other is just implement the program. We're ready. MOU signed, fees are established. I would recommend that what we do is for the next month, we do a handful of town halls. I mentioned it to the fire district. If we go this direct, or the JPA, I'm sorry, that we go this direction, we would be meeting in communities to invite businesses and get the word out that on this date, we're going to start charging these fees. And by the way, here are some handouts. If you can fit under these categories, you don't need these permits. Here are the ones that you have to get inspections on. We want to get the information out and get the training flowing, and then hit the ground running July 1. I will say that I anticipate it's not going to be popular just because there are fees. Now, and those fees range from $245 to $1,400, depending on the complexity of the permit. And those fees are typically because of the amount of time spent initially in the setup and the plan review and the inspection to make sure that business owner has all the information that they need and have implemented that information so that that building is fire code safe. But you're going to get complaints, and each fire district is going to get complaints, and chances are fire district board members are going to get complaints. It's going to take a while for the culture of the county to come around to the idea that this is no different than any other county we're in. These are the fees that are due. These are the expectations for fire safety. It's fairly standard, but it's growing pains, and we're going to experience them if we go this direction. The another option is, yeah, okay, we could roll out the program, but the board could say, make your budget and provide, ask for a general fund contribution for the fire prevention program so that we can do a slow rollout and not charge fees initially, do education initially and outreach, and get involved in the construction meetings and the event planning and things like that, and get the ball rolling, but don't start with the fees now. That could happen. The amount that we would ask for really depends on the level of service that the JPA is going to want us to provide. Currently, we have most of the inspection and review program delegated through the MOU, but that could change based on your board direction, and I would be working with the JPA to make those changes. I will say, though, that is a significant change to the budgeting for our department, because if I am accepting general fund money into the building department budget, I don't have the ability to put money into a reserve fund. I'm going to need to build that up for the next 10 to 15 years because the economy is going to dip again. And as you've seen, it helps. And we were able to move around 800,000 over to help the budget so that we could make adjustments going into the next budget. I'm going to need that again, or my replacement is going to need that. If we use general fund money, anything that's surplus goes back to the general fund, and I'm reliant on that general fund moving forward. So I don't recommend the general fund just if it stays in the building department, because of what it will do, how it will change how our budgeting works in the department. Last option is move the program into a general fund department that they can receive additional general fund because it doesn't hurt them to have it. It does hit all the targets across the board. It maintains current efficiencies. It maintains our interagency communication. It allows for fluctuating service loads. It allows for extended program implementation. If we want to do a slow roll and do state mandates 1 year and then add operational permits the next year and just build it over the course of 5 years, we can do that. It allows for cost recovery through interdepartmental charges and grants. As the program evolves, you can move into direct service charges over time. It wouldn't negatively impact the building department budget, but it would need a new fee study moving forward, because the fees right now are established as building service fees. Those being the building department services related to fire wouldn't necessarily transfer over into another department. I don't know if council wants to weigh in on that, but as I understand it, it's building department service fees, so we would have to develop it in another department, maybe.
If to the extent fees are tied to the costs for those particular personnel performing the functions
Right.
and the personnel completely switches, then yes, that would generally require another look at the fees.
Right, but once again, it allows for a slow rollout if your board wishes to do that. The idea that this came about, our current fire marshal Dominic Ramos, he pondered that, came back with, what if we move this and see if we can get some grant funding, get some other options out there. And what your board was presented with was an idea that perhaps OES could move it into their shop. And if you move it into their shop, you're pairing the emergency services and outreach and all the options for a coordinator or what have you, with bringing in a partial FTE with fire marshal to do a slow rollout of that program and slowly build it over time. There are some challenges with that. One, what we had initially looked at as far as funding options are not there anymore as of last week. The governor's budget has cut a lot of the grant funding, and we did not qualify for said funding, so that money is not there at all. I will say that Eric over there in OES has been very helpful in trying to look for other options. There is a grant, and a FEMA grant that it closes every April, that is for fire prevention. It's for outreach. It's for providing fire prevention services. It's about, if I understand it correctly, they award up to $1 million on said grant. But you do need some data. We've already missed the window for this year. So if your board wishes to move it to OES and start using that type of grant solution to offset costs, we would still need an initial startup cost in order to get them to move that direction and start working on that next grant. I don't really have any other funding solutions for you on that model. Plus, OES currently doesn't have an ability to charge fees. And that's a big component. They would have to, and so you're looking at additional startup costs. It's not just the cost of a fire marshal in that position. It's the cost of his truck, his gas, the computer, the software program, the seat licensing. So it's not just a $93,000 cost. It could be upwards of $200,000 depending on as they move into that standing on its own in OES. However, if you do that slow roll, you got 5 years of planning, you can slowly add features, and you could safely build it and slowly do that outreach. And OES has always been great at getting the word out to the public and doing good education. So, I mean, it is worth discussing. We just talked about that. Okay, so I mean, ultimately, that's what I have to offer. Your board has copies of the original fee structure that was adopted, a copy of the MOU. We are, let's see what else. No, that's pretty much it. So currently, if you have any questions about what I just discussed, we can talk about that now. But what we have is 5 questions. We need to decide what is the level of service we wish to provide. Where does the program best fit, and how do we fund it? What level of cost recovery is appropriate, and when do we start? That's really what we're looking for from guidance from your board. But more than that, I'll just say it. I'm just the middleman here. I'm providing the service. The JPA has specific needs. They have a model that they'd like to discuss. Your board has questions, and I'm sure you guys want a certain direction. I feel like this is not just a discussion between me and my board, but really a discussion that needs to happen around me where I receive direction and I just roll out with that direction. Currently, option 5 if there's a way to fund it, seems like the best option as I understand it from the JPA's perspective. But I want to solicit some good discussion from the group and see what we land on, if that's okay with your board.
All right, you guys want to have questions for Doug now or go to GPA? Supervisor Stop?
Just real quick, this is a lot at once, Doug, but as we said a few meetings ago, I personally was one of the ones that requested you come back forward with much of the stuff and looking at structure. But that wasn't the only request, correct?
I'm sorry?
That wasn't my only request by any means, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so you have the intent to bring the other things back in the future. And this is just our first step, because I mean, I don't think we can deal with them all at once. Right?
No.
The fees,
build-
we're talking about structure and a few other things. When you're up here, and then you and I did talk a little bit off to the side, so there's, we do have an intent to bring the other things back in the future.
What specifically, because we have the
Not
fee.
just the JPA fire fees. The whole fee schedule's what I brought up. And
Okay.
I brought up metal buildings, for example.
Yes.
And other things, I brought up quite a few things.
Yes.
A lot more than to cover in one meeting, especially today with.
Yeah, I expect to bring back a discussion on building service fees and our limitations on what we can do as far as streamlining. There's some more options out there, but
I just want to make that, just want to make sure we're clear that those are coming in the future.
yes.
Good. Okay. That, overall, can I ask one of the JPA members a question since, can Rich? Since, you're down in my area and you do our own fire marshal.
Oh, no.
You guys aren't allowed to respond to stuff right now. Come on now.
That's my chief. Respond.
Okay.
You okay with me talking, Mike? You okay with me talking?
Gotcha.
So. For
No,
those of-
I have some questions.
Let me cover real quick.
No,
I'll answer a lot.
can we get through these questions and then I'll let you guys do your thing
Okay.
when you're ready, but I have some questions. So with your area, you do the fire marshal services.
I have a fire marshal.
Yes, you do. And so how's communication with the building department between your district and when it comes to everything?
I'm gonna say that with the building department and my fire marshal, Ryan Hamry, we have a very good relationship. Do some things slip through the cracks? Yes. I just had a supervisor corner me outside regarding some new construction right now. And that is the hard part when it's at the building department and it gets approved. And then it comes to us, and my fire marshal is he's at a level that's unprecedented. He dots the i's and he crosses the t's, and he goes by the uniform fire code.
Yeah.
And when and just a quick example of it, we all wear these lapels right here. And this is the 5 bugles, and it goes back to the 1800s, but one of them's for command and control. One of them's for this is for me as the fire chief. One's for administration, one's for EMS, one's for fire suppression. And the other one is for fire prevention and life safety.
Yeah.
And even though I'll butt heads with my fire marshal, he is a subject matter expert. And God forbid, across the United States, back into the 1700s, things have happened, and that's why we have a uniform fire code. I am not that good to fight with the uniform fire code, new businesses, old businesses. That's why I have a fire marshal. I'm very lucky. He could quit tomorrow. All right. So I stand before you that I have a program, but we still need that program.
Well, and that's one of the things. But with your end, yes, all in life, we do all have certain matters that slip through the cracks and, but you do have a communicating relationship between your fire marshal and the building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's was my question. So.
The other one with the impact fees that he's proposing, Sarah, you're incredible. We did ours several years ago. Have we implemented them yet? No. Depending what happens in November with the measure, if it fails, I'm going to implement them. And there's going to be people upset. I'm sorry, but I came from the Bay Area. I lived here for 30 years. I worked in Fremont, and there is a cost of doing business.
I'll give you your chance to do your song and dance.
Yeah.
Trust me, okay?
Okay.
So just let me get through my questions. And then I'll give you your time. And you know. I know. So the communication is there. Yes, we all have, our moments and, stuff falls through the crack, but in our area, the largest district in the county, I would just say 95252 is over 13,000, close to 14,000 people. You do more than just the 95252 zip code, right?
Right.
Yeah, and that covers, I would say down in that area of the county, we're pushing 16,000 people.
Yes.
It's closer to 16,000. That's a third of the county. The population. Major chunk that you're taking care of. And I understand, the navigating, but all in all with this program, there's certain parts that, look, Doug's right, because the building code and the things like what happens there, where one side and everything, there's things with the uniform building code that we have to address when it comes to fire. At the same time, the fire marshals sign off on it. So there's kind of a cross in between things there. So there's a routing issue, like he had brought up, but you still maintain. And I assume in the future that you are going to improve and stop missing some of those points when it comes to what falls between the cracks, as you so say.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I will give you your time in a moment. So the reason I'm asking that is, yes, we're always building communication. I get it, and the routing thing is a big problem with county, along with other things, So a lot of times, like I come to you, I'm like, "What the heck, Doug? What?" And then it's sitting on a desk in another department, or a fire marshal might have it. And we could be waiting on them. And everyone has their priorities, and they don't know how long it's sat in the building department as opposed to environmental health and everywhere else has to get routed. All of a sudden, one of our permits is out there and people are call me and they're like, "What the heck? I thought you guys get them done in 6 weeks." So, as we move forward, but right now, with the state of things and us building this up right now, so much of the culture shock just from a few small things that happened recently. I don't need to get specific. I'm going to support, I believe it was the option number 2 more so than anything else right now is the bare minimum and working with you guys so that we can fill in the cracks right now. But I think I feel like we need this to a certain degree and it needs to continue. But we were a little headstrong going into it too fast that we haven't fully ironed everything out. And I need to get together. We as a board need to get together with you and start talking about how we can streamline things and this departmental and everything else communication issue with routing permits. And I don't think just a one-stop shop is the total solve because we tried that multiple times as a county before. And so I think there's integration in it, but with that, the option number 2, the bare minimum, keep the MOU, but at this time, I don't think we're ready to do the full implementation on it and go hard line on it. The bare minimum as the county right now. And then as we move forward, build off that. And then when we got it all built up and we're all comfortable with it, go from there. But I just don't see right now saying, okay, OES can have it. I think that might be a future solve. But right now, with the transition, the timing, no. bare minimum, that's where I'm going. I said it, not.
Are there other questions for Doug, or shall I hear from the JPA? Gary, did you want to? No. Gary, did you
Well,
want?
I understand we have routing problems, yes, we do, and it's unfortunate, but I think I've had a conversation with our CEO and we've had some meetings going forward, because it is very difficult for somebody trying to do something in this county when you get issued a permit and then all of a sudden somebody comes in and puts a stop notice on it because it didn't go through the fire marshal because it wasn't routed at the same time. I think when somebody comes into the planning department or the building department and once fills out an application and submits it, that we're all on the same page. And it can be a little bit difficult because Calco has their own fire marshal and Copper has their own fire marshal, from my understanding. Is that correct? Murphy's has their own. So we need to make sure our staff, when they route it, understands that if it's not going in within their districts, it has to come to the fire marshal that we have at our desk. Otherwise, it's got to be routed at the same time it goes to planning, public works, environmental health, all at one time. So it all gets out there at one time. And I think Doug had a program that tracks it so it doesn't end up on somebody's desk for 4 or 5 or 6 weeks and not getting back and nobody knowing that it hasn't been there and it hasn't come back. And so I think those are things that we need to work out. So I'm kind of in favor of listening to what Supervisor Stopper has to say, just because we need to work out those problems here at the county and make sure that we're all on the same page with the fire departments, the JPA, and we get that together. Now, I don't think we can do that by July 1st. I think we need to work on it. I think the county's aware of it. I know the CEO is aware of it. But just even if it didn't get routed out to the fire marshals in Murphy's and Calco, we still have problems internally here about things being set on desk because it's not being tracked. So I think Track It is something that could be very beneficial to us in implementing that. So it makes alerts and everybody can go to Track It and see, well, this has been here for a long time. We need to make them aware of it and have them either pass it, give their comments or whatever. So we can do it in a quick, fashionable way and get it done and make sure that our marshal is in it and the other 2 marshals are in it. So everybody's aware of it when it comes to the and somebody fills out an application.
All right, like to hear from the JPA.
One at a time.
I think we have one single rep today.
Chief Young, who's our city president of the JPA, couldn't be here, so unfortunately, you're stuck with what I can recall exactly from 2 weeks ago. But it was very clear that there's a need within the fire service of Calaveras County for the safety, for the businesses, for our visitors to have a program of expertise. And as I start in on this, I want to echo the sentiment that Chief Dickinson had mentioned that your 5 bugle folks, even though we wear a lot of hats, unfortunately, and I'll just say this as my individual professional observation, is none of your 5 bugle folks have that expertise, subject matter expert that Dominic has, that your previous fire marshal John Parks have, or Ryan Hamry, or the individual they have working at Murphy's. Unfortunately, it's like anything else that the lane of fire service, sometimes doesn't always come through fire prevention, fire operations, fire administration. It gets more and more like every other government job, right? So it's more of a speciality that we need something to fill that gap, and that could be accomplished many, many different ways. Although when we heard from Mr. Oliver and a couple weeks ago in the JPA, it was the head nod was on the 5th option, which was, hey, keep this fire marshal individual in place, and if it's the fee structures and everything else that drive the building department, that's also a challenge for the fire marshal program, we'll put it under another department or its own, and we know both of those things are challenging. Moving folks around, but that way the program could live on and essentially grow some legs and build itself. Before I explain the next part, you know, of course, the devils are in the details, of course, right? And how those things work, and just to hear a little bit about what our thoughts were that day. And there's just thoughts, because we also know as a board, you look for solutions. While we know we're not your fire department as a department of the county, we feel like we are your fire department as a JPA for the unincorporated areas of Calaveras County. So when we say this, it's as if a director from a department's coming to you with a solution. Without knowing all the intricacies of the county, it's impossible for me to make this recommendation with expertise like your CEO would know. So we would be happy to sit down and explore our brainstorming ideas with the CEO rather than this forum if it's too much in the weeds. Although, listening to the climate of what's going on and the workload, we also, as districts that don't charge our businesses fees, we don't want that blowback either, right? So when we hear a couple $100 or 1,400, we're like, whoa, I don't want to be answering the front desk on that day, right? None of us do. So when we think about what's coming our way, no matter what, and the fire service and what we're going to be dealing with, some of the low-hanging fruit is some of these state mandated commercial overnight occupancies that will have to be reported, but I believe by the end of June this year, for the very first time, is some of the commercially mandated inspections that have to be done. And those that don't have a hotel or something like that, obviously they have nothing to worry about. Schools are state mandated, so that's some low-hanging fruit. Some of the things that, like the Airbnb inspections, that is daunting for us. I have a lot of those in my district. Those that have a lot, if you hit me with, let's just say, hundreds of inspections initially or annually, I'm really going to be looking for a program like this to really take it from me, because we don't have the staff to do it. So those are some of the things that I think in time, or even short time, rather than introduce a fee schedule to all the businesses just every year, maybe it starts with something along the lines of those types of inspections. Could be a piece of, you know, revenue to support the program and the individual. But and I'll leave you with this one piece. And I think it's important because while we have some subject matter experts within these districts, right? All it takes is a staffing change. In other words, the individual moves around or goes somewhere else. I've worked with Ryan Hamry. He's one of the most brilliant folks, fire investigations that there is. I don't ever want to see those people go away, but the real challenge of this world is people do go away. They get better jobs, or they move around, or Ryan Hamry becomes the fire chief when Chief Dickinson leaves, maybe, and he doesn't have time to be the fire marshal also. We need a program. We need a program that goes into the future, and you've put together something with an MOU and the JPA. That is very difficult for us to do, to get together on a single item, and the county to do. I think that's epic. You have managed to hire a very talented individual, Dominic. And rather than say, hey, we hired some high talented person, well, the program's not going to work right now, let's go revisit it. You may take a real hard look at how to secure that individual for the next bit of time, maybe give them some of those things to get something moving. You know, generate the fee schedule or whatever with a nexus study for just a couple of those state mandated items. And maybe that's enough to get started. In any case, just to finish on that same note, we're more than happy to sit down and work with the CEO or whatever staff level that you would all like to work out, put some post-it notes on the wall. We can show you our needs. We understand the MOU is very, very beneficial to us, as we can opt in and out, and that affects the workload. But maybe we can standardize, like, hey, guarantee all the Airbnbs, guarantee all the state mandated reports for all the state buildings, for all the schools, for all the commercial overnight occupancies, look at a generalized number and say, oh, that's a sufficient number for one person to keep working. And then we roll into the everyday businesses and the commercial application. And maybe our engine companies still have to try to get out there to do some of those. So anyway, I think that's about the whole pitch that I can recall, but I brought a lot of folks with me to help remember. Anything else? Okay. Any questions for me?
Questions for the JPA? Supervisor Toffenali.
Yeah, Mike, thank you, for everything you said.
Sure.
It's my understanding, and this is public safety, and that's the whole intent of this is a public safety. So any business or anywhere that the public has access to, whether it be a commercial building, whether it be a business, a store or whatever, at some point has to have an inspection. Some may not be at the same intervals because of the dangers of like a welding shop or what have you, Airbnb there overnight, people in and out. But they still have to be inspected. Is that correct?
So there's different levels of mandated inspections. And we're just seeing some of that legislation really hit for like the commercial overnight occupancies, which are not Airbnb, right? They are hotels and motels, and we have to create a list. So I'm on the hook as a fire chief in Ebbets, right? So I create a list, and when they ask for the report, I have to give it to them. And I'm hoping that Dominic will be around to help me with that, but it's so there's that level. Then there's restaurants, and people that work out of their home office in Ebbets Pass, that's not mandated. We sign off on the business license and say, hey, there you go. You're working out, you got a home office. Airbnbs are just so ominous, and I'm glad you guys are addressing that because it is a commercial overnight occupancy. In my personal opinion, my professional position is that it's a residence, and I've only done one inspection as an agency, and that's for the certificate of occupancy along with the building department when it was actually built. The rest of it, I stood back, but it makes me nervous to think of commercially people are staying in these places that maybe were meant to support 2.5 people, that maybe they have more than that, but I know that your concerns too. So I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but so those are some of the challenges. So to answer your question, all the commercial occupancies, everybody who has a commercial license, in my professional opinion, need an inspection every year. If you're going to have a commercial license and we're going to have the public go into a commercially zoned place of business, I would like a prevention bureau working for me to do those inspections. It is not happening, Supervisor Toffenali. It's just not in the cards for my staff and my agency for we have one fire engine to make it around and do all the other things that they need to do to be proficient firefighters, proficient EMTs and paramedics and ambulance provider. We can't do it. So we need the agency up at Ebbets. We really are looking for a crutch here. And so this is definitely something is part of that success plan is to work with the county. So I know that probably doesn't completely define every situation in your question. I know Doug's much sharper on that. Matter of fact, there's some folks sitting behind me that I don't even know why I'm talking about it because they do know at the top of their head. I know Parks does, and he's probably saying, hey, dude, I know. Because I've kind of told you and you sort of listen, but there's mandates that are there, right, John? That you have to do inspections, right? Every year?
There are few mandates.
There's
a lot of complexity.
If you guys
Right.
have a conversation, you gotta come up first.
Sure.
Okay, there's a lot of complexity in the fire code. So you guys know my background. I was with the city of Palo Alto and fire prevention there. So for example, annual business inspections, they're not required. They're not state mandated to be required. What are required are the systems within those businesses, the fire extinguishers, the Ansel systems, the exiting line, those all have to be inspected once a year, but those typically are done by private industry, like Cisco Fire out of Copropolis. They do the extinguishers, Ansel systems and things. So those are required. Then there are the state mandated, like some of the assemblies, which are mandated, but there's no frequency in the law. So there's a lot of complexity. As you know, I resigned in October of last year, so I never really got to finish out the program. There's a lot of things that are missing, but I think Dominic, I've had a chance to meet with him and he's an amazing person. I think he'll do wonderful for you. And I told him I will give him all of my attention and time to help him build this program out. I just think he needs to run on his own and let him run with it. And I think you'll have a spectacular program. But there's a lot of complexity that still needs to be discussed in those laws.
So we go out for that engine inspection. Thanks, John. We'll inspect to make sure that they have their Ansel system done every 6 months. We'll make sure that the extinguishers are done within the last 12 months. We'll make sure the lighting system's correct. We'll make sure that there's panic hardware in any room that needs it. We'll make sure that the occupancy load isn't too much. But it's the responsibility of the business to have those things like ready. So when we do the spot inspection, we come in at Subway and we go, hey, you know, I want a foot-long meatball. Oh, guess what? We're also here for an inspection, right? So sometimes we get those things done that way. I'm just saying we're just not outfitted as a fire agency. And when I say that, I believe in most situations, most of the districts, we're just not built as a fire prevention bureau. What you've really built here is the framework for a fire prevention bureau to get things going. So it's really important for us. And I think that's about all the input I have. So unless there's more questions.
I just.
Yeah, you have another question?
No, that's fine.
I just wanted to chime in to, thank you, Chief, regarding events as well. I mean, I think that I know that John was working on, when he was the fire marshal, working on some of the events that actually are happening.
Oh, the events,
And
yes.
how outdated a lot of what we deal with up in our district.
Yes, sir.
And that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, that's a big one.
So I guess my job is to try to figure out what the consensus here. If I understand where you're at, Chief, and what the JPA is, everybody agrees this is important. Everybody thinks we have to do it. Nobody's comfortable issuing out these fees and asking for more money. The JPA would like us to take it into water general fund department and provide that service on our dime.
We would strategically like to help with the figuring out how the structure could be put together at not at your level, sir, but whatever level you see necessary. We'd be happy to participate in some solution solving activities.
I think I understand the position. Are there other questions before we bring it back to the board?
Public comment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this? Board recognizes former Supervisor Mike Florida.
Well, I have a question.
Hello again. It's pretty obvious that there's a need here. I mean, we're advancing forward. We're going to provide better services for the citizens because they expect more. You have tools that you've hired that are extremely good that most people would not want to lose. So, and you have a department that has its financial issues as well. One of our comments was that it could be moved into another general fund department. My thought is you would want to put it in a department that exists so that the tool that you need isn't now doing administration of the department. And I would think that you would want to look towards an agency that's similar. So it seems like it would, at least for the time being, fit into OES because they have the same similar issues and they have a department head that has to figure out the budget for you folks. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper, your lights on? Or excuse me, Madam CAO, do you have something?
So-
No, you wanted.
I would like to propose that we meet with the fire JPA to get a better understanding of the issues surrounding this. Actually shifting this position into a general fund department only shifts the cost burden. It really wouldn't help with that at all. And OES currently, I don't believe has the administrative capacity really to bill and charge fees and track this. As you know, we have a brand new OES director. He's barely getting his feet under him. So it seems like it would be best left with the building department. And I think that there are ways that we could structure the program to insulate the building department from actually supporting it through the building fees and make it more of a standalone budget unit within the building department. But I think we need to have further exploration on all of those issues.
Thank you. Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you for that, because she said a lot of the parts I was thinking. And when I'm talking about bare minimum, something, that was brought up a little bit earlier, taking the low hanging fruit, for example. And that's what I'm talking about, the bare minimum. Because you're right. We did build something here and we have the base for the MOU, and to throw that away
and just say no right now, it's throwing away a lot of good work we built on a foundation of working on something in the future. But there's this part where sitting down with the JPA. So my personal, like, for right now, bare minimum, work with the JPA. How can we work together? And with your understanding, because reading the MOU, you kind of have a little bit of a delegation authority to them, which, you know, if I would have read it better the first time, I don't know if I would have signed off on it in that format. Because I want to have the delegate, because my vote counts, darn it. But with that understanding, hold that delegation back to a certain degree until we have this built in the foundation for this good thing we started on, put together right, and we're in a better position to implement it better, and we don't burn ourselves out of our money right now. Moving forward, because this is an issue with everything we were talking about today. You know, there's a lot of hands out, and I'm not saying you guys are putting your hand out to us. Your only hand out is a handshake right now for us, right? What? Yeah. But there's a lot of hands out for money. And there's a lot of things we do need to do. They're all good things. And there's only so much money going around. And we're trying to make it all work. So I think we have a lot more work to make this work right. But I don't want to throw away the good work that we had so far. So that's what I'm saying. Bare minimum for now. Build it until we get it, you know, structurally sound. And then when we're ready to hit the ground, and then build off of that as we go, you know? Some of these fees, yes, some of the things we don't. Look. John Park said it. Some of them are mandated by the state, and some of them in the mandate, you're mandated to do, but it doesn't really say how often or when, you know? And read into that. Yes, we do need to be concerned about all the things and make sure that we don't have our people in it, you know, in bad situations where we have some, like a kid rent an Airbnb and throw a house party in it and they burn themselves up. We don't want that to happen, but at the same time, we don't need to be crawling around, looking around every corner, every darn minute, looking for that one, because stuff happens, product happens, right? All the time. And so let's build off of what we got started, take it real slow, and like keep our fire marshal for the county. But you were saying, Doug, to do all this stuff, you really need him and then 2 other people, right? 2 fire inspectors.
We do the whole thing.
Yeah, to do the whole thing. Right now, we only need the fire marshal to start working. My idea, you know, is the fire marshal working with the districts in cooperation. And maybe them taking part of his load and working with them. Stay away from the 2 fire inspectors as much as possible, because that's something we can't afford quite yet. And then, like Teresa said, keeping in the building department, because that's already a structure. I don't really see it fitting anywhere else comfortably at this time. And we can, if needed, we already have had to fill in general fund money for salaries where it's needed. So that's where I'm at.
I just want
To clarify what you're saying, the bare minimum, as I'm hearing it, state mandated inspections for those who don't have a fire marshal and the STVRs, which are gonna have a cost anyway. I can build a budget on that. But, I mean, that's all you get. I mean.
Well, that's all we can afford right now.
And I just want to throw out there, at the risk of stating the obvious, to the extent we're changing the scope of the services that the districts have delegated via the MOU, even temporarily or kind of while we're figuring things out, we may in fact need an amendment to the MOU to spell that out.
Yeah, it's designed to do that without
Well, I
needing to
think
come back to the
with
board.
them
So
being able
that's
to
easy
delegate-
to accomplish.
Right, we'll just have to go through that process,
With
is what
them
I'm
being
saying.
able to delegate, if they're willing to be the handshake gentleman that they have been with us, I think that they can pretty much delegate that
So the way that.
The way the MOU is written.
So the way the MOU is written is that each of the districts have the ability to pull back some or all of their delegation at any time via the JPA in writing. So yes, I'm just throwing it out there that we may need to do that if that's.
Well, I didn't step up to argue with a legal opinion because that is not my field of expertise or the MOU. Without looking directly at it, the MOU had the ability to essentially turn all the lights on, none of the lights on, a few of the lights on, of any kind of delegation. And the delegation is never really given away. It is really just, we're gonna have you do it, but I'm still responsible. And that means if at any time, any district goes, hey, boy, we don't like the way the program is, I'm gonna pull my delegation back and do all the work, is how the MOU is created. So I think what you're probably looking for, and I think what you will get a consensus with, is if there's an amendment or addendum or whatever to that MOU that says, hey, as the county, we want a commitment from the districts to do all the commercial overnight occupancies, all the state mandated inspections, so I can build a proper budget, all the Airbnb or whatever, so everybody knows, like, I don't go, hey, I just hired some hotshot from wherever, they're really good prevention officer. I wanted all that work back. And you go, well, that just blew up my budget. I'm just saying as a JPA, we'll need to hear it, but I believe that's very, very within reason.
Sorry.
Yes.
You good?
I'm good.
Supervisor Paul.
Thank you for bringing that up because that was gonna be my question or comment, I guess, with what I had to say. I've met with a number of you, over the last couple months. Thank you for sitting down and, helping me understand this more from your perspective. To the CEO's comments about sitting down and working with the JPA, I mean, I know in talking with a number of the fire chiefs, you know, even having some kind of a workshop, because I feel like we just noticed now, you know, we can easily go down a rabbit hole. And maybe we need an opportunity where we all, after the details, you know, you get to something, come back to the board, and maybe it's more of a workshop style rather than a presentation, so we can discuss and get some of these things out. I don't know what that looks, I'm just using that, it could be a different type of format. My other concern is, you know, we kind of tiptoed around it. You brought up the amendment to the MOU. But what does that look like with funding? How did that look like going forward? And I know, I brought it up to, the group that I've met with over the last couple months. It's kind of taboo, but you know, if we're gonna be looking at general fund, what is that contribution when we talked about the TOT? You know, where can the JPA help us make that commitment to at least do the bare minimum and discussing those TOT dollars? Can that help offset this? Or what other type of commitment can we discuss when you're discussing with the CEO to make that work? Because it's gonna be all of us making sure that this gets funded in some capacity, especially as we go into the next fiscal year, and the chairman has talked about it over and over again. We don't know what's gonna happen at the state. So we need to figure out how to get this initially up off the ground. But it's gonna take all of us to give something up to make this happen. And right now the burden laid on the county, but working in those discussions with the CEO admin's office, could the JPA entertain those options? And I know we talked about worst case scenarios in those meetings and what that would look like, but I really think that that needs to come out in those dialogues. So the board can make a confident decision that we're just not go, at least for me personally, to make that decision where we're just not throwing money out. We're investing as a partnership, not just the county throwing the dollars out. And I think it is I mean, fire prevention is just not just about the buildings. It is protecting our community, which is essentially our economy, and there's a domino effect, and it's more than just those buildings. It's what's to protect the infrastructure as well, and working with each of your districts to protect that infrastructure so we can continue to keep those businesses there too. And I think there's a lot of things we can learn from you as well, to help build this up and get those concerns. But I'm with Ben. I think we did a fast roll. I think we need to kind of bring it back, get a foundation, and then see what that looks like. But I think having it in this platform, we're gonna keep going down rabbit holes. And maybe there's a different platform we can discuss it where we actually make some more progress and can dive into it more. That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor, any comments? No. I think everybody here brought up some really great points. You know, our JPA is tough. We make a commitment and we've got some fees stuck in there. So it's helping balance out our budget. And then JPA says, yeah, you know what? We got to push back. So we pull that off the table. We have a hole in our budget. So it is going to come down to being a money question at the end of the day. If we had all the money in the world, it'd all be easy. I am concerned. I share concerns about general fund. I think we all should be concerned about our general fund. And this is an ongoing commitment. It was great when we all, and Doug, I want to commend you and your staff. You brought back what we asked you to do when we did our general plan. You came back, we've already approved this program. So what we're talking about is a change from where the route we've been going, which is fine. It's great to reevaluate things. It's going to come down. It's either fire departments are offering us our general fund and we do this, or we downsize it to what we can afford through, as option number 2 was put forward, I think Supervisor Stopper, or we go back and ask our CEO to negotiate this out further before we make a decision. But we do have to do something because, I mean, we're stuck right now. We don't have the money to go ahead unless we decide that we want to do it. Supervisor Follendorf did touch the third rail, so we should talk about it, which is, you know, county does put general fund dollars into fire prevention already. So are we doing more, or are we doing a zero sum game where we're sticking? Just what does this board want to do at this time? Do we want to stick with where we were? Do we want to pick one of these 5 options? Do we want to come up with the 6th option? And Supervisor Stopper?
I think, you know, between CEO Hitchcock, which I completely understood and agreed with what she had to say. I think Amanda backed that up. You know, the TOT thing comes up later. It's not a budgetary thing right now. But in a conglomeration, the option 2, the slow roll with them or us in different setting, talking moving forward. So that's direction, you know, as simple as I can make it, you know, without getting into going down the rabbit hole and the other things, right?
So you're proposing we move to an option 2 with the caveat that we're going to continue to dig this out.
That would be it, and build our foundation so that as we move forward, we can move into it more smoothly. Right?
Other
We
board,
build a foundation, get it good. When we start getting better on budgetary issues or make that decision that was brought up at one time or another, depending on, because you know, what happens in the election in November has a factor to this also, you know, for all of us. So I'm for option 2 with work administration, Doug Oliver, JPA, some of us in and out in different situations, you know, so that, because we get a vote.
okay, this is not an action item, so we don't need a motion, but I'd like to see what the consensus is around what Supervisor Stopper has proposed.
I think that's smart. I think that's a good way forward. And I would like to see what the CEO is able to come up with too, in conjunction with that. Thank you.
Supervisor Toffenelli, where are you at?
I agree.
Supervisor Follendorf? JPA, do you guys want to, before we move on from this item?
We're excited at the opportunity to work with the CEO on a solution and bring you something that works for everybody.
All right, anything else? Doug, do you have direction that you seek?
Well, option two, I just want to be clear, option two is just the review and the permits. Are we also going to do the bare minimum on the state mandated inspections or not?
That's part of the conversation.
I just want to be clear because
That, we're just giving direction right now. We haven't finalized anything yet as a vote of the board for, this, so. You'll work with this CEO and then, and we'll find out what the best avenue is for us with all the state mandates considered and everybody's capacity. Because we all have different varying capacities throughout the county.
CEO.
So Doug, I would like to suggest that we set up a meeting with the JPA as quickly as possible to go through what they believe their service level requirements are at the beginning of this program, and then for us to talk about what funding solutions are out there, whether we're going to do a combination of fees and general fund or how that might work so that we can bring that back to the board for an actual decision on this program and how it moves forward and how it gets funded.
very well. Thank you.
I have one final item on this comparable fee schedule. I believe we said that we were going to waive the fee for schools.
That's correct.
Okay, it just wasn't noted on here.
Yeah, the ordinance does not have schools added. So that's just the calculator. Yeah, no, that was.
Okay, Madam CEO, do we have direction? Adequate?
I believe I do.
Building official?
Yes, sir.
JPA, are you guys good? All right, it's into that item. Thank you all very much.
Yep.
You need a break? 5 minutes. Come back at 1:50. All right, we'll move on to item number 41.
Item 41, informational item, Public Works, receive a presentation from the Department of Public Works related to the Wagon Trail project.
Robert? It doesn't turn on the light. Gotta hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Robert Packinger, Director of Public Works. I'm here with Howard Zabel from Dewberry, our project manager. We have a short presentation on the Wagon Trail project.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to give you all an update on where things are with Wagon Trail Phase 1. Going to do just a real quick overview. Robert will speak to some of the dollars, and then we'll do a little bit more, share with you some more of the details of the construction. Right now, here's an update. And I'll get into the details of this in a little bit, but I will tell you work is underway. Things are moving at a good clip now with the wall change order that this board approved last Tuesday, CCO 63. So that work has started already. It started, it was approved Tuesday, and that work was underway, Wednesday morning. I'm going to come back to this before we get into the details of this. We'll speak to some of the dollars and where we stand.
All right, this is the right-of-way cultural monitoring, construction management, funding commitments to date, and it includes the construction for the wall. So these numbers have been updated. This is where we currently stand as far as when we say commitments today, we're talking about the signed agreements, the construction contract, the change orders that have been executed. So we're at right now 43.3 million with everything that is an agreement that has been signed. Let me move on to the next one. Okay, thank you. So just looking at construction, when we started this project way back when, there was an engineer's cost estimate for the project. That cost estimate indicated that the cost for the job would be $23 million. We went out to bid, and if I remember correctly, I think we received 5 bids. The lowest bid was for the current contractor, Suka. They came in at 18.1 million. During the course of construction, as we have discussed many times, there were various cultural artifacts that were found, and to mitigate what we had to do in order to monitor and also to do some design changes like the wall, we have now changed that original contract amount to include the $12 million of change orders. Half of that $12 million is just that wall that was approved last week. So that's where those funds are. So now we have a current total construction contract of $30.1 million. With the original contract amount, the change orders that have been approved, we're at 30.1. As far as the work that's been done, the payments that we've made so far, they are at $14 million. For example, last week we approved, or you approved, the change order for the wall. That wall work has just begun. There have been no charges yet for that. Some charges may start to come in within a month or so, and we'll start paying. So that's what happens there. And this is the funding, the revenue for the construction part of the project. So we have state discretionary funding for construction, 24.8 million. That includes all of the shop money, including the 14 million that the CTC gave to the county in October. There's road impact mitigation fee to date that we've discussed already. That brings total construction amount 30.1 million. That pot is there. Not that all that money has been spent yet, because for example, we haven't been invoiced for some of that work. It's just starting. Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to go back two slides if you would, real quick, just a clarification on one more. This one. So the 14 million, just to clarify, those are payments through April 20th. So that's that's as just to be clear, there's about a month lag there. The pay apps on this job have a cutoff date of the 20th of each month. And so just so you know, that 14 million is as of April 20th. Hit one more. So I'd like to give the board a better feel of what is going on in the field. So this map, what we have is different colors representing different portions of the work, whether or not work is underway, currently underway, work is partially completed. So work currently underway, in progress, is noted by yellow on the map. Orange is partial work complete. The green section is already complete. And the purple denotes new road, which could be new pavement, could be new alignment. Work there has not yet been done. So let's talk about what's currently in progress. Right now, the big push has been at the west end of the job, just east of Bonanza Mine Way. Lots of earthwork and grading there. AB started going down. That's the aggregate base that goes right underneath the pavement. And that work was completed and grade checked, I think Friday. The paving was scheduled for tomorrow and Thursday. Just this morning, I learned that was pushed back one day. So paving now is going to be Thursday, Friday. I think the had some permit issues with the long holiday weekend that pushed it a day. But paving for this section, traffic will be put, on the westbound section of new roadway. Have here June 4th, that might get pushed today because of the paving. But the takeaway here is work is happening. The public's going to see progress out there, which is a good thing. Another milestone at the west end here is there was a large cultural resource area in this vicinity, and that work took a long time to clear. Took over a year, maybe a year and a half to clear. The good news is it's cleared. The work has been done now. And so that part at least is behind us, the cultural resource impacts in that area. We have work on the New Hunt Road alignment. There's earthwork happening there. You'll see that. I've got a picture of that as well. And then at the kind of near the eastern or northern end of the project, the work from the wall, CCO 63, this is the wall. Everybody here's that terminology. And so this wall was it was a change order to avoid a cultural site called the Buckeye Village site in the Nassau Creek area. So that work started Wednesday morning. The first order of operation there was placement of temporary stream diversion through there. I can report to you all that it's a sensitive area with the tribe, and the tribe has been working very well with construction crews, the contractor and the construction manager to isolate areas that are off limits with ESA fencing, reestablish some of those areas. The temporary stream diversion temporarily goes through this area. This is just pipe on the ground. So that was coordinated well with with the tribe. So I think everybody's excited to get going with the work on the wall, temporary stream diversion, building the concrete channel that relocates Nassau Creek, and move on with things. Right now, we are projecting substantial completion of the project the end of the year, December of this year. That's where we stand schedule-wise so far. Next slide. You can hit the end. Yeah, that's good. So just a few pictures for you to show the progress. This is showing aggregate base being placed. This picture was, I don't know, middle of last week, I think it was, on the left, and you can see the aerial of that area that is going to be paved starting Thursday, Friday operation. Here is just a shot of some of the work that was done, that had already been done, the interface of the new versus the old alignment. Here east of Pool Station Road, you see the new alignment cutting through here. This is looking east or eastbound, you could say. Hunt Road excavation, so a lot of earthwork here, some rock excavation happening, work getting done. Incidentally, I would say that the earthwork this season, we estimated about 90,000 cubic yards of material that has to be moved for roadway excavation. And so far, about a third of that is complete. So again, it shows good progress. I do want to just clarify that it doesn't mean that the production daily or weekly or even monthly is going to be at precisely the path it has been so far. Different areas require different equipment. If there's rock, that's slower. So, or the conforms, the tie-ins. So, but I think the takeaway is, there's work getting done and we're making progress. And lastly, I just want to show you all a picture of what it looks like at the wall. And again, this temporary stream diversion, just, the pipes being delivered. Just these photos here show the very, very beginning of equipment access. And I mean, this was taken last Wednesday. So, really less than 24 hours after we got the approval on this work, it has started. So just a quick overview. If there are any questions on the progress or anything that was presented here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions initially, and then I may have some other comments later on. But my concern, I have a concern here because there's a potential for us to be able to recover some of the funds that we're spending here moving forward as the project finishes up. But it's going to depend a lot on the requirements of Caltrans and the Inspector General on our daily activities being logged and a lot of other things being logged. Are we following those requirements? Because Caltrans is a little bit different than Inspector General, but ultimately the Inspector General is going to be the one that be doing the auditing to us. And we're going to have all of our ducks in a row and their requirements. And are we following those? Are we?
We are, I will tell you, Supervisor Toffenelli, I am in close contact with the construction management team. And by close, I mean daily. I do read the daily diaries. So, you know, it's important for me to know what's going on a day-to-day basis. I am a construction manager. That's not my function on this job, but I am very well versed in how to manage construction public works, specifically when it comes to money and preserving funding, right? So very familiar with the audit process, both from Caltrans perspective and Inspector General perspective. So to answer your question, yes, things are being done as they should be. There is a lot to follow. Usually what we have is during the course of a project, we'll have like a mid-project audit from Caltrans. I've been involved with this project a year or so, maybe 13 months. I'm not aware. There has not been one in the last 13 months. I'm not aware of what happened before then. But I will tell you what I do plan on doing is doing my own informal audit using the checklists that I'm used to, that we're held accountable, because I need to know myself. I need to see it with my own eyes that to be assured that things are as they should be. This gives and I have every reason to believe they are. But to date, I have not personally dug into all of the weeds. We talk about the details constantly. So I don't, in my conversations, I don't have any reason to believe that there's something missing. But at the same time, I just need to, I need to see the details for myself.
You mentioned recoverable funds. I hadn't heard that before. What are we talking about?
I'm just talking about what this is my own perspective as a contractor and doing work as a contractor. As long as we have our logs and daily logs accurate and in place, and the owner, in this case is Caltrans, is aware of some of the issues that we are facing, and some of the cost overruns are not something that we've haven't diligently been doing our job on. The cost overruns are something that we had no control over. Ultimately, even in the private world, you can go back to the owner because they were aware of it, and you get daily logs that you can ask for additional funding to recover the funds that you spent that weren't in your scope of work. And I think this could fall into that category as long as we have the accurate records of everything and Caltrans is aware of it, that we can possibly go back and ask for some funding as we can provide it to them and showing them that this is the situations that have happened. And we have daily logs of it, and they can inspect our log, which is part of what they do. Inspector General does to make sure that the money was spent correctly. And if we put our fundings into it because it wasn't of our control, we, in the private world, we have every reason to expect and go have the owner ultimately pay for it. So I think even though we're expending some more funds because some of the things were out of control, that we can go back as long as everything is in line and request funding for those things we had no control over.
Is that in our contract? Do we have that ability? Have you seen the state do that before in your experience? And is that even allowed with our cooperative agreement with Caltrans?
So maybe two different things here, I would say. there is, there is a framework, a very specific framework of how we manage these, how we manage the money, how we track quantities. It is, and it's non-negotiable. You have to do it. How we track, materials, permanent materials incorporated into the work, quality assurance, all these things. So from my perspective, the funding that the county gets is tied to these things being done properly. So there have been cases with, you know, small public entities that say they don't hire a construction manager, they don't do things properly, of funding being clawed back, right? That is what, you know, that is, you know, that's just, it's beyond intolerable,
But that's
right?
the opposite of what Supervisor Toffenelli is.
Yeah.
Let me add something as far as additional funds. We've been having conversations with Caltrans, with the district director. And they've asked us some questions, we're going to be providing information to them specific to their requests. They intend to pursue that. They've been talking to us about perhaps an August CTC meeting where they may be able to take additional requests. But right now, at this point, these weeks, these days, the Caltrans project manager that we work with has some questions that we're working out some details with her. So they haven't, from my point of view, they haven't said that obtaining additional funding is an impossibility. And so we're going to keep going. We're going to keep pursuing any additional funds for this project.
I don't believe it's Caltrans' intention to have us go bankrupt, as it was been mentioned here before, for their project. I think they're very aware of cost overruns and a lot of projects they do and other jurisdictions do. So they're very well aware of cost overruns. And I don't think that they're not aware of the cost overruns here. We've made them very well aware of it. So for additional money, I think there's a good chance, as long as everything is correct. That's why I keep asking them about everything, is we follow them diligently and everything that we're supposed to do with the Inspector General and Caltrans. So if they come in and audit us and say, yeah, you're correct, you have all your ducks in a row, you've done everything you're supposed to do, then we have a good ability to recover funds.
I agree. And I'm sorry, I went somewhere else, but I think what I'm hearing you say, Supervisor Toffenelli, this, and the way I see this, this is a bare minimum. It has to be this way, and it has to be that way, because if it's not, now, you know, it could hurt the chance to, to get something additional. So that's, been thinking of that, and like I said,
And that ties into them, us using our funds going forward right now. And because if it's not done correctly and it's not, then the funding, we can say we used our funding for this. So there's a lot of things in play here that I think haven't been at least brought forward now. And just my experience, there's just a couple of times this happened in a couple of jobs that I've been involved in. As long as it was all done right, it was logged completely, and the cost overruns weren't something that we did because we spent money not properly. We did everything we were supposed to do, and the cost overruns, obviously the owner, even in the public, private area, is on the hook for those costs.
Right.
So,
and I will say, with respect to the costs, I will share with the board, there is a lot of scrutiny on a couple of different levels as far as those, right? What the CM team does, what I have what they do, what I've asked them to do, and then what I do to back check that. And I'm not a rubber stamp type of guy. So if I have questions, I ask those questions and we make the adjustments if any are warranted.
Supervisor Stopper.
Well, I'm hearing a couple different things here. You know, but first of all, I don't think it's ever been Caltrans, our thought that it was Caltrans' intent for us to go under. I think we, as a board, are working on a project that we bear responsibility on because of prior decisions. That's putting us in a hard spot with our total capacity, so to say. That said, I know what Supervisor Toffenelli is talking about, but that's on the contractor's end. And I hear what you're saying, and there is opportunity with the director for more money possibly in the future to help us. We aren't the contractor. No, we aren't. For us to get more money per grant CTC or something legitimately, but with the cost overruns, that's where the contractor has the opportunity per contract to come back at the owner entity and everything to make it right, as long as all their I's are dotted and their T's are crossed. There is, but in the audit, when it comes to Caltrans and the county, it's not an opportunity for us to recover. It's an opportunity for us to make sure, hey, we did all these things right, and they aren't going to claw back. So yes, there's opportunities for money, but the route is a little bit different as opposed to the contractor with the county. You know, it's, but you have to have all your audit and everything right as you move forward to be able to continue to get granted money. Is that correct? I mean,
That's correct.
A couple of different.
No, that is correct. I think everything, there's a couple different things being discussed, but it is correct. As far as, you mentioned a couple of things, but again, it's the construction manager's job to make sure that they're running the project so that it passes the muster of the audit. And, this isn't some random thing. It's everybody knows what is required, what the expectations are. So those are my expectations on this project. Those are the expectations put on me when I'm managing other construction projects. So I want to give the board a level of, comfort with how that is going to be managed. I think what Supervisor Toffenelli was saying is, yeah, we've had the dialogue with Caltrans. That's something we would like to, we're going to pursue. We're not sure where it's going to lead, but at an absolute minimum, if your house is not in order, you're not getting anything. So,
and the answer is no if we don't ask.
That's right.
So we need to move forward on
Right.
every opportunity,
Right.
even though some of them are long shots. So every opportunity needs to be taken.
I do have a question. Do we have a contract with Caltrans?
March 2021, we signed a cooperative.
We have multiple co-op agreements.
Pardon me?
We have multiple co-op agreements with Caltrans. Yeah.
I have a question regarding source of funding. In our sheet, we use STIP, RIP, RIM, SB1 money. Can you explain to us those funding streams? Start with STIP.
The shop funds that are mentioned, those are dedicated for construction.
Right.
The STIP, RIP funds, we can use those for construction and for other things like right of way, which is
What is the source of those funds?
Those are all state funds.
Are they tax, a fuel tax, or where do they come from, and what strings do they have when they come to the cog and then to the projects?
Right, those would probably come mostly from gas taxes and HUDA and what's collected through the transportation system. When they come to the cog or to the county, there's well, we have to follow what's in the co-op agreement, but as far as the kinds of strings like CMAQ kind of funding where you have to show benefit cost ratio and things like that, they don't have that. They're pretty flexible. And then, of course, the road impact mitigation fee fund is our own funding that through the road impact mitigation fee program that was put together in 2004. And those funds are used for specific projects that were within that Nexus study. And those were further whittled down to a few specific projects and priority projects by Board of Supervisors resolution. I don't remember when the resolution was, that was 2013. And so those funds are being used only for those projects within that resolution. There are some opportunities sometimes, for example, Railroad Flat Road Bridge was improved and there was a need for conform to connect to that bridge. Road impact mitigation fee funds were used for that project, but that's because Railroad Flat Road was one of the roads within that program. But we couldn't use that funding on any other road that's not within that program.
How much, so STIP and RIP, as it comes to the cog, we could use that on a variety of projects. Obviously, RIM's got its set list in 2013. How much STIP and RIP do we get per year?
I don't know that.
Estimate.
I can't even remember right now, but I could get you that number later.
It's my understanding that we got advances on this.
We did, yes.
And how much advance do we get?
I don't remember that, but I could give you those figures, the advances. But there were those advances, if I remember correctly, there's a few years worth of advances that were provided that went to this project.
Through 2028, if I understand.
That's correct.
I don't know. I mean, we're supposed to be learning that now. So this is all the money we've got, right? We've already mortgaged out the future. Right? We're working from a fixed amount of money.
Yes, those are the funds.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, I'm just making sure I understand what the source of the money is. This is every nickel we got.
That's coming from those programs. Yes, sir. But let me add a couple things here, or at least one more thing. The state does have other SHOP funding or additional SHOP funding, and they're using that SHOP funding on State Route 49 projects. They're using some of that in Angels Camp. They have a project up in Moke Hill at the intersection of Highway 26 and 49. So that source of funding is being used by the state throughout the county, including probably some of these other funds. Yes.
I'm just concerned about when we have a cost overrun, what source of money we'll do, assuming that the state isn't going to come up with more money.
Excuse me, sir?
When we're out of money, we're out of money, right?
Correct.
So we don't have a piggy bank cash.
The only source of funds that is possible for this project would be the road impact mitigation fee.
Mm-hmm. Other questions from the board? Supervisor Fallendorf?
I just want to clarify, Robert, when you say that the funds with RIP and STIP are used for are flexible, there's still competitive funds within the Regional Transportation Agency, and projects have to be submitted and competed for in order for those dollars to be used for said specific project. So I just want to make sure that the clarity, that it's not a pot of money that sits there. It goes through a list of check marks of projects that are submitted by either Public Works or the city or who qualifies. I just want to make sure that that's clear for the public.
Yes.
So they don't think that it just, sitting there, that there's a planning stage and a competitive process to get those dollars to those specific projects.
That's correct.
Okay.
The-
And I wanted to make that clear for the public because we know that, but anyone listening doesn't know that.
Those funds were for this project.
And those are submitted through the COG, correct?
Through COG, there are applications that they submit, yes.
I was just gonna ask Robert if it's all right. Could you tell us what the acronym for SHOP and STIP mean? And you did the road
Ooh.
rim you got, but just for the public.
Highway operation.
Mhm.
So the State
Right,
Highway
state-
Operational Program
Yeah.
and STIP.
Is Surface Transportation Improvement Program. Those Caltrans acronyms.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Well, I want to say, you talk about the STIP funding and the RIP funding. Those of, the board approved those back in, on June 8th of 2021.
Yes.
The bulk of those.
Mhm.
So it's not something we just, and then 2.8 on 10/22/2019 for the right of way to go through and so there's not, I mean, we that's back then. And it went through and got approved through
All right.
Caltrans.
I voted on it when it came.
Yeah.
and did this. I hear you.
I'm gonna tell
Not
you, all
debating
those on
that.
6.8, if you go back and look, I made the motion and you seconded it.
Hey, look, I'm not
So-
arguing what happened. I'm just saying, since that happened, the price has doubled.
Well, it's doubled.
Not arguing what we
can go
did.
forward here and say it's doubled. And I'm sure people go to the grocery store say the same thing since 2021 and stuff this is doubled. I'm not saying that that's not a fact. But I don't think we can't at this point not move forward and at least complete the project to the best of our ability. If we get to the point we are out of funds, this is a co-op agreement and a contract with Caltrans. We can explain to them and they can step in and give us funding. I don't think they're gonna allow this to just fall apart and stop and that's it, and walk away from it. I think there's a lot of different things that can be done here. And I think we need to look at those. But again, I'm gonna point out that our documentation has to be right and correct in order to be able to do that. Otherwise, not only is the cost going to be here, the cost is them coming back saying that they're going to take money back, to which right now there's a couple jurisdictions they're doing that. They're asking for their money back because it wasn't documented correctly.
I'm not arguing about with you a bit about what happened or how we got here. I'm just pointing out the fact that this is all the money we have. And I think the public needs to be aware that we're spent all the money we have dedicated, pretty much all the money we have. And the price has doubled and we haven't been talking about this in this form. So I think that's really important. I'm not arguing. I was part of getting here. I got it. I jumped off this train when it doubled. Obviously, the 4 votes on this board carries it and we're all in this together. We don't get to pull back from this at this point. Just want to know what happens at the end. And I want the public to be aware that this is how we're spending their money. Are there any other questions? Any public comment?
There's no online public comment.
Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll move on to supervisors'
Thank you.
announcements.
It's okay, thank you. In compliance with Government Code 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on any meetings attended at the expense of the local agency and may make other announcements or report out.
You ready to stop her?
Nothing to report, sir.
Supervisor Toffenali,
Nothing to report, sir.
Supervisor Fullendorf,
I don't have anything to report other than just a request for the board to entertain over the next couple meetings. Supervisor Hubbard and I received an email from the executive director of, the Community Action Agency wanting to give a presentation to the board. My understanding in talking with the CEO is that Babs will be coming back in the near future. And, I was wondering if the board could consider that presentation along with Babs because it aligns with Babs' discussion of the governance policy manual. And I believe the topic, I'm gonna get it, don't quote me, but the topic has to do with leadership and CMCA wants to bring back and introduce the presentations and what they've been doing out in the public and with other organizations to this.
who's our designee to community action agents?
Those two.
You two?
I don't know.
All right. What's the pleasure of the board? Do you guys want to hear a presentation from Community Action Agency? Good? Here?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Well, agendize it.
That's
All
all I
right.
have. Thank you.
Martin?
Thank you, Chair. The fair was brilliant. I show 45,000 attended over the 4-day fair through our data analysis. Also attended the HOA Meadowmont meeting and thanked the sheriff earlier for his deputy and sergeant attending. And the last was I got to flip pancakes with Marita all Saturday morning for 4.5 hours up in Arnold, which was brilliant. And that was for GABA. Thank you.
Super. I have nothing to report. I'm required to report. Therefore, this meeting is adjourned.